Today is going to be all about data and charts. We're going to work on charts. Um, Let me change my screen. So we've created these two things over the past 7 days. This has a lot of creator tools. It has not been deployed yet. Shorts, Shorts Creator, Best of Compiler, and the Prism Data Research is going to be for your portfolio. But what's the selling point of this? Let me sign in real quick. Um, We do need to make this faster. We did deploy it on the actual app. However, um, deploy it in production here, but we're using render, the free version, so it spins down. So it's always very slow, but it's okay because it's free. So we can always upgrade it. But the selling point of this is the data we provide, right? And the charts and data that we provide right now is like pretty simple, right? It's okay. It can answer a few questions maybe, but we're going to go ahead and try to build a very robust, in the next 8 hours, a robust set of charts, robust set of types of questions. We're going to create a panel for me, an admin panel, to create these questions. I think I'm going to take a little bit more of a manual approach here. We've relied a little bit on the AI creating the questions, but I think we really want to guide it to the types of questions that we want, that we know people are interested in on Twitter. And that's what I'm going to focus on, and to get really interesting data, because that's going to be crucial for the marketing aspect of this. And yeah, that's basically it. I think also probably do a few tweets, set up, maybe try to figure out how we can make this free, but a little bit faster. And those are all the things we'll be working on today. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to start up some music here. Also, if anyone is watching that hasn't already joined our Discord, feel free to join it. It's kind of like a little community of builders. We'll all be kind of helping each other out. So this is the idea. Might generate a few more of these Suno songs. Made it public. If anyone wants lo-fi piano for any purpose. Okay, let's go ahead, just copy the stuff. I think it may stop the music. Oh, no, it doesn't. V4 is much better. I'll do chill step. I'll create a few of them. Let me open the chat as well before we get started. Okay, so I'm going to start with creating an admin panel where I can do some testing, because I want to start seeing what kinds of questions maybe we could use to generate. And also we're going to bring in more data too, but let's start with the panel. Yesterday we hit our limit, Cloud max limit, for the first time. Oh yeah, we also set up Stripe. So if anyone missed that, we set up Stripe on this. Let's maybe see if we can figure out a way to make this so people can use. Right now it's so slow. Start with that maybe. So right now we're using render hosting on our Prism data feed, but the problem is it's very slow since it's the free version. Is there any other place I can deploy this so that way it's much faster? Or maybe some setting and render. Trying to just keep it free for now. Ideally. Pay a little bit if absolutely necessary. I think we maybe could try to apply for some free credits or something. Let's see what we got. Railway, school starts, always on. Sure, let's just do that. Well, I'm gonna make sure. Is this against the terms of service? Is this against the terms of service? Will I get banned? Is it allowed on every metric? Oh, I meant to ask, is this? Let's change the... Sure. For now, I'll just run it locally. Don't want to test there. Hey JMD, how's it going? It's kind of morning. I woke up a few hours ago. I have the weirdest sleep schedule, but I'm gonna fix it by tomorrow. So tomorrow the stream starts at 6. I will wake up at 5. I did a full circle. And then it will stay there. Have you been here before, JMD? Or... Let's see. I think it's one of these. I'm just gonna stop. I'll just stop all of them. It's kind of confusing. One's running. Look at that 1 a.m. Yeah. I don't like it, man. Like once you get in that schedule, you don't see the sun. Is almost rock bottom. But where I live, there isn't much sun anyways, so that's all still running. I meant to start the front end. Go to sleep early, wake up early. Yes. I think we might be a little bit not the average. Like, I think the time that I started right now is probably the least optimal streaming time, but it's okay. I don't mind. We're just doing some data stuff today anyways, so not that it won't be interesting. I think it will be. Okay, so let's see here. So I wanted to see if this is against the terms of service to do this, because I don't want to get banned. Oh, okay. So it seems fine. Well, okay, so it sounds like it's not explicitly against terms of service, and it's within the free limits. I'm pretty sure we're good as far as that goes. All right, can you build me a script that does this? I'll give you the link. Oops. Cloud Code just refused, even though it just said it's fine, and it was going to before I asked. So I'll just create a new chat. It's funny. Just clear it. Can you go ahead and make a script to keep the render hosting free version alive? I'll give you the link. AI stack. Yeah, Cloud Code Max, and I use anti-gravity. My two. So that way, while we're testing, it'll always be running. We probably just stop this script at the end. I do want to... See, where is it? Projects. All right, let's oh, ping failed. It's probably because it's the cold start thing, right? For ID, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. See if that works. Actually, let me just give it the render link instead. I think it's just pinging the front end. Although, even though it says that it's like a cold start thing, it still is like actually insanely slow, right? I mean, it just waits forever, so there might be some other issue going on here. Because it seems a little strange. Like, even if it started after, you know, a couple minutes, you would definitely see it there. I'll try it though. I'll just go in this little script. Change my URL. Hey, Focus World, how's it going? We're building, we're going to be working on this today. Yesterday we deployed it, you guys can technically go to the site. It's got Stripe integration now. Yesterday was a little bit of a grind for a few hours getting that. Got everything set up. But today we're going to be focusing just on the actual major components of this, which I guess I didn't explain. It is a portfolio tool for your investments, where it gives you like a newsletter and gives you you can research in the chat, and it tracks your portfolio. It gives you a bunch of statistics. For some reason it is not loading, so we're going to try to figure out what has happened. Must have been something we changed the other day, yesterday. Because it should still load our newsletter, just without the portfolio insights section if we don't have a portfolio. It might be because I'm in the free account. Let me check if that's the reason. Oh, I think it's something related to, I think we added some authentication or something, because I got an error just now. Let me check here. I got this error. Let me get the endpoint it hit. What the hell's going on here? Some crazy characters. I can't say I've seen that before. Put that in. Any idea what's going on here? This request? Sort of data scramble. No. Ending. Yeah, it'll make a little bit more sense once you can see what it is when it loads. That's good. So always in your cloud code, don't allow it to do stuff to your .env. I had to turn that off. Likes to try to read it for some reason. Let's see here. Yeah, what happened? I'm curious. Browser. Oh, I think I know why that is. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's why. It's because when we deployed, we changed some of the environment variables. But it's a little bit different when you're testing locally. You gotta change it back to localhost. So I'm gonna go check what I put. Yep, forgot to change it. Well, actually, I do have the right, I think, one. But maybe I missed a little refactor. Because remember, I had to change everything manually. My current environment variable here, I set. So, and is it maybe somewhere in the code that you didn't change it? Or maybe you changed it to the production link? Did it from the DB. Strange. No, I mean it's pretty normal to have the dot environment, and you just make sure to put a git ignore. But yeah, I think you could also do something else, which is you put the you have a secret in AWS or whatever, and load it in that way. That's kind of the other way to do that. Forgot what that's called. Secret manager or something. Yeah, access management. Or no, it is AWS sequence manager. So you can like put all your credentials and load it in that way. Then, like if you have a bunch of employees, they don't need to. They can just load it from there. Problem with putting in like just like a database is, I guess technically the secrets manager is kind of like a database. Database is just a ledger type of database. You're storing at least in one. Anyways, was oh, I see. I accidentally did HTTPS. Oh, hey, Latino America. How's it going? Dougie's interesting. Yes. Anyways. Okay. So I'm gonna reload that. Although in my case, it's fine that I showed that. That's public environment variables. But in my case, it could make sense to maybe use like a secrets manager or something. But I have to do it for every project put in there. It might not be a bad idea. Because as a streamer. It's the front end we're loading here. Okay, so I'm logging in. Let's see if we'll load everything now. Interesting. We're getting a new kind of error. Check it out. Oh, I see what we did. Gotta pay attention which one I close. Okay, let me look at the past days. They should load. All right, cool. We got our little newsletter loading. Good. I think it's working. Let me just go through the pages real quick. The settings. Yeah, this is what I'll say because I'm in my admin account. I don't know if anyone missed it. We did add stripes, so it's cool. Technically, people can pay, and it does give them credits and everything. But we have a lot to go to start selling it, I think, to get people to buy. Okay, so we got our analysis. I don't think did we enter a portfolio? Okay, we did. I wonder if there's a way like... Yeah, let's add a few things, okay. So, number one, let's... for each day, their portfolio analysis, it should save for that day. So right now what currently happens is when we do our AI portfolio analysis, it overwrites all the prior days, like it's like the same as you scroll through, but it should be specific to day. So for that user in their AI analysis section, that's going to be segmented by days when you store it. I think it's pretty simple. I change the song here. Oh, thanks, Gianni. Remember, just because you're not paranoid. No, it is true. The render issue fixed. Oh, are you saying that? Sri, we did start up a little script that should be pinging it. Whether it's fixed or not is another question. Let me check. I'm looking at it now on the other. Oh, it did, yeah. Okay, so cool. Our little script that's running here is basically just pinging it over and over again. We validated that it's seems to be okay with the terms of service, as long as you're within the free limit for how long it runs. Because it spins down after an activity. But now if you go to the actual website, it loads. Thanks for testing, Shri. That's cool. Let's try, I think our objective right now is to try to generate a nice analysis for yesterday. I unfortunately did not run it yesterday. Yesterday was kind of an interesting day in the market. Kind of interesting to read. So I missed a day for the analysis. Is there any way we can have it so people can like add another button, an admin panel that's going to regenerate it? And it will only consider news of the prior day. Before you do that, please create a plan that I can read to validate. I think that makes sense. Then we'll work on the charts. Are you guys, I think for all you guys, it's probably the middle of the day, right? But we want to create a new page. This is going to be called the chart admin page, or let's call it chart creation. The admin experimentation, data experimentation page. So everything here is going to be guarded by auth endpoints, etc. But it's going to be a place to craft the new types of questions and scripts that are going to run. It's going to be a page, a debug page / experimentation page. We're trying to figure out what questions will yield cool charts. And also on this page, create like a bunch of buttons that are like going to allow me to cycle the charts that we used, as well as regenerate the scripts that are created. And give me a button that's going to like create a different type of question. The whole goal of this page is we're trying to figure out what types of questions and make cool data and cool charts to look at and give us insights, because we're going to use what we learn testing here to change the LLM response prompt. So just make sure to keep this page separate from everything else, since it shouldn't touch any of the other code. It's not saving anything in the database either. It's not a great prompt, but I think it captures roughly what we're doing with that. Because I just need to do some testing first. I'm also going to look up a few things. Charts. I'm going to use some of these too that we collected the other day. We haven't done this one yet. This is kind of a cool one. Oh, that works, yeah. Cool, yeah, that works. Let's do it. But try to keep it separate from every other endpoint. So create a new endpoint for it, because we don't want to touch anything else. Keep it scoped just to this button. Take a look at, I'm trying to figure out what charts make the most sense to do day by day. Like, take a look at our today's brief. I'm going to generate things that are entertaining. It's like a mix, probably like 50% entertaining, 50% useful. Give us a like a rundown maybe of a type of question we're missing, type of chart we're missing. I think some charts here only work for... Also tell us what charts in this folder don't work for a daily analysis. It should be. Nice, 5 p.m. That was fast. Okay, let's test that. So that's the portfolio analysis. AI portfolio analysis should be stored by the day. So if I go backwards, it should be nothing. Okay, but there is something. This doesn't quite work because when I went backwards on today's brief, it's still loaded in the same one. So the front end should be using that endpoint and calling the day that it's on the page. Right now, it must be just calling the current days. I guess in order for this change to work, do I need to clear the DB? Because it sounds like you're saving it in a different place. Or the AI portfolio analysis. Okay, so now we have a button, regenerate missed day. So we're going to try this for yesterday. See if it... Oh, we did generate it for yesterday, but it was just really early in the morning. So it didn't have any of the data. That's a good question, though. What happens if I... Okay, sounds good, Gremlin. Yeah, feel free to send any projects or anything. Also, if you have a GitHub, you can attach the GitHub app. It'll show your commits on the. We made a little GitHub app for your account, so it'll send the commits to the stream in the Discord. That's kind of fun. I think I already said that, you guys. Where did you put this button? It should be at the bottom of today's brief in the admin tools. Okay, we have a new page. Let's check it out. This is our new page. Did the old style. So these are some templates. Let's generate some new questions, maybe. I'm gonna test it first. Okay, got an error. I'm getting some 404s here. Did you add these? As it did. Okay, move the button. Let me check that. Which button is it? Generate mistake. I don't see it. Am I blind? Generate. Oh, it's not there. Say. I don't see it. So in the admin tools. Where did I put it? Oh, I put it in the admin page. I guess that's okay. It's the admin tools at the bottom of today's brief. That's where I want you to put it. So it should be the app.tsx. Oh yeah, I like this type of question. That's good. Huh? Oh yeah, these are good. Get all of these in here. Yes, we do have this kind of already. Let's add all of the ones that you just suggested into our potential options. But for each one of these, you're going to need to decide, for each one of these patterns of questions, you're going to need to decide whether we have any charts that make sense. So before you continue, go through each one of those questions you suggested and tell me which chart, like attach which chart will go with it. And if none of them make sense, just put none. Otherwise, we'll need to, well, I'll just let it do that. Oh, here it is. So yesterday, rerunning that. This is what it was before. I think all these are good so far. Okay, cool. Let's do all of that, but how do we actually, before you do that, let's figure out what's the easiest way for us to validate this, that this is working. Because I don't want to have to generate a ton of these. Because right now we're relying, we send all this to Gemini, we build the scripts, but to do that for all of these questions, every single one to validate that this is all working, it's going to take a while. So maybe we could build some tests for each of these. How would this look like though? I'm not really sure how you would test this in a fast way, because I don't want to have to just be clicking around and waiting. Okay, so hopefully it regenerated just before. Yes, it did. Good. That actually worked. So couldn't get the top line headlines when we regenerated the old ones. It's okay. Shouldn't say that though. So like one thing I've noticed, like when I'm reading this, is like I do have questions about yesterday. So it would be nice if I could very easily ask those questions, and so I'm going to add a little chat there. Kind of think how that would look. Like we could send a chat, but it's kind of like what Shri was saying, right? It should be a sidebar so I can very quickly go to it instead of go to a new page. I don't really understand why it wouldn't be loaded. It's weird. Oh, whoops. Oh, now it works. Oh, click on upgrade. Oh, we must have missed that area. Shree, it does come up when you hit your limit. Let's fix the upgrade button. If I go to the actual website, I need to sign out though. You log into my free account. So upgrade to Pro. Looks like that doesn't work. Let's fix that. It's a simple one. On the upgrade to Pro button, that should open Stripe. So the same way that you're opening Stripe when the upsell page, when the user hits their limit, should update. It should come up when they hit that button. Let me do these tests. Exactly. Great. Let's go through all the questions that you had created. Let's build this check into it. I'm a little confused actually. How does this actually test it? Because don't we have to go through the LLM almost to see like how effective it's going to be at choosing the questions and charts to use? Because we're almost running this like, we're just kind of seeing if it will select the right patterns based on what we say. History not persistent. Let me check. It is locally. Let me see if it's... Oh yeah, you're right. Something happened on production. Let me see if it still is locally, actually. See, it is locally. Interesting. We'll double check that. What's going on there? Thanks for testing it, though. Very helpful. Update a few things. I want to type. Let's go ahead and test it a little bit on the... Well, I'll just wait till it deploys and we'll test the upgrade. And see. For some reason, do you have any idea why the chat would not be persistent on production, but is locally whenever we create a new chat? It disappears on reload once we deploy. Oh, you let the AI test it? That's kind of cool. Oh, cool. Yeah, that works. So the portfolio analysis is now saved for each day. That makes sense. Oh, why would this work locally? It doesn't really make sense to me. What would be the difference? Because everything else is saving. I'm pretty sure. Let's double check, but I'm... production, if I save here. So I reload. Oh, it is saving here. I'll check the logs. Yeah, reload. Oh, unfortunately, render does not allow you to see the request logs unless you pay. So, is what it is. That's a pretty good thing to guard, though. All right. Like, imagine you have a serious issue. It's like, God dang it, gotta pay now. Okay, we already answered this question, so let's clear that. Oh, I figured it out. Okay, so conversations are only fetched if the user's admin. Cool, let's fix that. So it should fetch it for all users. They should be able to fetch their conversations, but only their conversation. Well, that's not, we do that in Firebase, so we're good there. Nice. Sounds good. Thank you. Let's go ahead and build that test file. So the idea is we're not going to make the modification to the LLM service yet. We're just going to build a test file that's going to have our pattern of questions, add all the new patterns that you've created, and add all the like chart types attached to those questions. And we're just going to create a test file that like calls the LLM probably like, just for every test, I mean for every question. We're just going to validate that it chose the right chart for each question. But for these tests, you should use the LLM service prompts, right? So you have to use the full prompt, otherwise, you know, you can't actually be any. You can't really be close to knowing if it does work. The reason I'm doing this instead of just testing is it's just going to take a while because it's adding like 20 questions. So I'd rather create a script to do it. So I don't want to have to keep reloading the page and clicking regenerate. Okay, so we created this little admin page. So while we wait, we can play around maybe with some questions. Oh, got this one again. Oh, okay. We'll generate some new charts today, probably. I'm waiting for it to lead in freezer. This is why I'm creating this script, because this takes too long. Imagine doing this for like 20 questions. Just do a worse model, I guess. I guess while we wait, we can test because it probably deployed, so we can test the upgrade button works now. Okay, so it does. That is good. Yeah. Put in a test credit card. I guess we already tested yesterday, so I think it works. I guess we probably should put this as an upgrade and then settings is for other things, right? Does it usually work? Some of that scatter plot got messed up. Let's see why. Oh, I see. If it's a scatter plot. Can you identify what went wrong here? I'm not really understanding. Why would the scatter plot only show 1 point? Is it just like averaging all of them and then making it 1 point? Yep, so let's run this new test. So let's see, where did it put it? Oh, I forgot to do this. Might have added a new, we'll check. Oh, I see, okay. Just a front end issue. So it actually was working. Just... Okay, the next thing I want you to do is take a look at I want you to create all those types of questions in the templates, and when I click the template, it should only select the charts I can use for that question. It's going to speed up testing. Did you actually add this to the requirements? Because I don't see it. I guess I'll double check. Just add it. So here's my general objective, right? I noticed when I was reading today's brief, I had some questions, right, that I wanted to answer, right? And I'm thinking we want a sidebar, you know, and I'm thinking there should be some way that we communicate to the user that they can do this. What do you think would be the best way? Should we just keep it maybe a little tutorial in the beginning? Start with that, should we do that? To answer that question. And then number two, what do you think about the sidebar idea? Let's talk about it. How would it look with the current website? I don't really want it to look like a customer service thing though, right? A lot of times I feel like people might think that they're actually, unless you're very clear, they might associate that kind of tab with a customer service support. So we probably need to, I guess, at least label it, but I'm going to try asking a few questions because I had a question. And I'm going to do the flow that we currently have, which is going to the place, highlighting. But sometimes you don't need to highlight, right? Like you just have a question and there's nothing to talk about, specific text. Should be able to cancel it. Can't currently. Someone should be able to cancel the current chat that's running. So either through pressing escape on the keyboard, or by sending another chat, it's going to cancel the chat that's, the thinking, etc. in the research tab. Right. Hey, Jesse, how's it going? Trying to figure out what it's capable of answering. So the way this works is we pass in a lot of what we've generated and the user's profile and portfolio and stuff. I think this is the Flash model. I use Cloud Max, Cloud Code, and anti-gravity. Oh, that's cool. See, what it did do here, right? It's using some of the things we put in our profile, come up with the answers that we might care about. So that's kind of good. See, we put this in our profile that we care about this, so it starts to talk about it. It's kind of like it's an investment tool. Track your portfolio across like a lot of different brokerages. This appears to be a bug. I think it's because it's a new day, so the price is going to show 0, like around 4 in the morning or something. Interesting. And it shows you news relevant to your portfolio and newsletter. And you can ask questions. What is this button? What is this? I'll try it. So it added canceling. Oh yeah, you can stop it now. That's cool. Yeah, I like that. Let's run this again because I think it might have fixed that. I'll just put updates. It's fine. Okay, cool. We added a bunch of tests here. Let's go. Let's give it a shot. So if I click this, okay, this is gonna be useful. You can validate each of these. One thing I'm wondering is how come we're not using the range band chart for anything? Let's go ahead and make some questions that will use this chart because this is our best chart. What's the difference between these two again? None of them use the scatter plot either. That's cool. Oh, I see. Range is best for these two. Good. Okay, let's try a few. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back. I left something. I'll be right back. Let's see, range of 1 to 3 returns. For some reason, it doesn't look like our normal chart. How come these charts look different than our normal charts we generate? It should be using the same logic. So go ahead and take a look at that. You know, make sure everything is the same, because we don't want like 2 different types of chart generation. The sidebar question. So am I a free user here? No. Free user account. A little bit blinking in the chart. I'll see if I can fix that. There's a bit of blinking in the chart when you add a new position on the portfolio charts. Can you try to fix that? It's like right when you enter a new position, kind of blinks a bit. It should just render once. Probably related to use effect or something. Let's maybe try to allow users to connect their accounts. That'd be an interesting thing to do. So I added the holdings, and for some reason it didn't update the, what is this about? That's on a new account. I don't know for sure. Right now I'm just using Heymaster. Go back. I'm just using the Y Finance, but we'll switch to another one once we really get going. And we're also using for valuation stuff. We're just using some downloaded open source data that's a open license. But for the actual like daily, all this information like the price, we use Y Finance. I guess I don't need a screenshot there. So it was a new user account. I created a new account, and then I added one position, and it shows this on the today's brief page. You have any idea why this would be? Thanks, Master. There's a second problem. It's the Can you move so on the portfolio page, the export history button is kind of like overlapping the graph. It'll just be like a little tiny, you actually don't need to even put any text, just the icon. You'll kind of know. Maybe when they click the icon, they can choose CSV or what else do they choose? Pretty much it. I don't know what else they want. I'm gonna go check this page. PM community. Oh, it's I think BridgeMind people probably get one of these videos. Still overlapping a bit. Should be a little tiny button. Still overlapping a bit, just make it a little tiny button. Doesn't need to be. Also, we're missing some of the statistics. Nominal performance, etc. You know, before you continue, why are we hiding that? Is there any particular reason? All right, I was going to run that test. Let me run that test to see if it all came out right. Okay, let me, actually I don't need to do anything. I just need to go in there. For the can you just the environment variable is I not I thought I started this. Okay. Pretty sure I did, so I must have failed. Yeah, I decided to switch to the paid plan, but if I could find something that it's free, that'd be nice. Or close to free. They all add up, you know, it's the small things. We definitely have this in our environment variables, so what's going on? I guess I will double check, but I definitely do. Huh, actually was Google. Yeah. But for some reason we got this error even though we have it available in the environment going on there. Oh nice, Super Whisperer. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Maybe I switch. The Whisper Flow already does make a lot of mistakes. Okay, yeah, we got an error here. What? Oh, it's another one of those chart things, I think, because yeah, that's what I thought. Saturday. Are these different? I can't actually tell. Yeah, ratio. They are different, but just sort of asking the same questions again. Try to fix this. So this was the one of the market pulse that generated this. And I guess this was because we fed in the prior questions that it shouldn't talk about. Shouldn't really say explicitly, right? The Santa Claus rally and this kind of stuff. Also, the let me check the database because I'm not really sure we created a new chart. I think it did, but This chart doesn't make sense, right, for this. So what we're going to do is, based on what we're doing here, we made this test. We're going to run the test, try to get the selection of the chart better, and then we'll regenerate this for the prior day. And that maybe will work. The reason why this matters is, like, this is how we're going to market it partly, so we have to get this pretty good. Okay, so it's calling the LLM a bunch, and it's validating that's choosing the right chart based on the questions. The alternative is we would have had to do that manually. Been a ton of work. Like 8 or 10 hours a day. I usually work about 8, but then maybe sometimes a little more, and then I usually go to the gym every other day. Otherwise, I will get very fat. So last time I did this, when I was streaming, I think I gained 10 pounds or something, maybe a little over. So eating too much coffee and eating too much. Take care of your health. Very important. I look at the see if this works now. Don't really know. I think we've maybe fixed it. Do you think it makes sense to show it if there's no cost basis? I mean, is it just a little deceiving? Is that what you're thinking? Also, let's I'll do that another one. Oh, nice. Generated this, but there's a range band. Don't really know what happened here. I mean, you could show them, right? You just assume that in the cost basis is like the range, the beginning of the range, right? If you make an assumption. Would that be worthwhile though? Do you think people would want to see that? Do I want to see that? Maybe. Constructing like a sample portfolio. I'm gonna look at some other sites. What are some other sites that do this? I'm gonna test them out to just kind of like understand how they implemented it. What happened here exactly? Why is it just like 1 point? Nice. Good we're doing this to get this right, because it's kind of annoying. We just wait for the days to come up with the... It's good we built this page and we're running this test. It'll save us a lot of time, I think. This one, the test is still running. Must have been a ton of tests. But we'll get a good idea of what's working. Maybe we could put in sample data for each of these, so we don't have to run it. Nice, looks good. Did you add in all the questions from... Nice. Can we add more of these like cross? So this would be things like, you know, quite a few equal weight versus cap weight S&P questions, and any other things like this. I like these cross asset questions. Could you add a bunch? Leave out crypto stuff though, just maybe one, but like 90% of them should be other types of things. Also, really good questions. Add another set of cross asset between bonds, treasuries, and so just basically the credit market, and the and equities should be a priority. So add like another 10 of those. See what else. There might be a type of chart that's really good for cross asset questions. I'll wait till that one's done. Look at the comparisons. Hey Meltosh, how's it going? There was a question I asked who. No, I don't remember where I put it though. One question I have is, how hard would it be to implement a with Whisper to implement in the chat, like something they could talk to in real time? Seems challenging, but I'm just curious. With Whisper. Be kind of fun. You currently spend for your setup for the coding. I just have a MacBook, so, and then for the amount of coding I do, I spend probably $130 a month, I would say, because I have this $100 subscription for Cloud Max. But you can do it for less, you know. If you're doing anti-gravity, use their credits, you could probably code a few hours a day, 2-3 hours a day pretty easily. And maybe more if you space it out. Like if you do like an hour in the morning, an hour, you probably do like maybe 4, 5 maybe. Don't know. And then that would be free, you know. Besides, you know, you need the MacBook. I guess I have my monitor, but that didn't cost very much. Get them cheap some on Facebook Marketplace and stuff. What are some other themes I might add to my themes list? Take a look at the type of investor I am and give me some ideas and how I should express it. Okay, cool. Give me some ideas in this lens. Given the type of investor you know I am. It's kind of nice. This is the Flash model too, so it's not even... Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. The flow here could be we user to input portfolio. We show a pop-up asking the user, mind if we input your... We autofill your preferences based on your investment portfolio. This will help us better tailor the news and chat for your investment style. Once they click yes, then we fill that out, and the chat might... I really like that. It's kind of cool. It'll be more tailored to them, their investment style. It's kind of fun. We'll fix the formatting here a little bit. Do that. Oh, opening as a real time. I haven't seen that. Kind of cool. Wow, 6 seconds a minute. I mean, 6 cents. Could be worse. I guess we could add it. I mean, if they... let's try to add it. That's kind of fun. Okay, let's try to add that. Put it in that research chat page. There'll be a button for the chat. I'm gonna push though before or commit. Okay, I'm gonna test more charts out as well. Nice, we got a lot of stuff. So you guys probably noticed our charts are, I mean, our questions were kind of like usually the same. We're gonna add like a bunch of charts, and a bunch of questions. All right, I'm gonna try a few of these. But first I'm gonna ask, these are cool. Is there any, are there any good charts that are like, what would you say is the most solid chart for comparing 2 or 3 different assets? Like what would be the nicest visualization of that? Maybe we don't have the one that would be optimal for that. Thank you. Sonnet for Opus 4.5 is really good. Like this should be specific for the questions themselves, right? Like we just don't want the questions to always be the same thing every, we want to pass that into the context so the LM knows not to repeat stuff. Hello, how's it going? Kind of worked. Wait, how does that work? I don't think I entered the, did I enter the API key for opening? I don't think so. Must have. I must have, because how would that even work without it? What? I actually didn't enter the API key, so how did that even work? What? I'm gonna try again. Hello, test. What is it using? Heck. Let's see. I'll wait till it finishes, then I'll ask. Hey, how's it going? Billing like an investment research tool. Tracks your portfolio, gives you personalized news based on your portfolio. Will give you a bunch of cool charts and information. This is the tracker. And I'm gonna maybe implement it. You can connect your account today. If that, depending how hard that is, I'm not really sure. I'll maybe talk about it on this one. I'll ask this first. How the hell is this already working? Because I didn't add the OpenAI API key. So how is it actually? What are you using to do that? Oh, the web speech API is free and built into the browser. The more you know. I did not know this. Watch this. So this works, kind of. Actually works pretty well. We should make that really prominent on mobile. So if we switch to mobile, it should be like, oh great, perfect. So you can, I like that. Awesome. Talk about your portfolio. Hey, Bruce Fear, going. Okay, let's figure out how hard would it be to connect accounts with Plaid? Roughly how much effort is this going to take to do this? We don't really want much. Well, let's figure out what info can we grab from different types of brokerages? Like, I imagine they're all different, but Fidelity, Schwab, list them out. Like, what can we grab? Can we grab, when they purchase things? What's all available to us if they do connect the account? Also, probably some legal stuff you got to be a little careful about. Once you have that kind of information, I will ask that as well. Definitely don't want to. Definitely got to be careful once you start storing that kind of thing. I probably wouldn't release that until I get that figured out. It's kind of interesting. Google subsidizes the Chrome version. That's crazy. It's unlimited though. Wouldn't that be pretty expensive for Google though? Like, why are they doing that? I'm gonna test some of these. All right, we asked a question about the comparison of charts. Yeah, awesome. Let's add a few of those, like multi-asset, relative strength. Do you have any other recommendations before you continue? I want a really cool chart. Let's go. So we're getting some momentum. I kind of wanted though that like when you click the chat, like sure you can use it to like talk, but it'd be kind of cool to talk real time. Like, oh, I just want to know if that was like, do that. Or use. Let's read this first though. Curious. Oh, interesting. How hard would it be to make a conversation kind of thing? Like you're talking to another person? Does OpenAI expose that yet for us to use? Or any other company? Hmm. Interesting. So wait, how much is it? So it's 500 a month per like account. Like for example, if you want to attach Schwab accounts, it's 500 a month, et cetera, et cetera. Or tell me more about the cost of that. Oh, they did expose that? Cool. Wait, does it actually have the tone of voice and everything else? How much is it for this? I'm pretty sure I ran this. Oh no, I didn't because I'm waiting for the new charts. This one. Oh, nice. We added some new charts. Let's go. Potentially. Let's check it out. Advanced charts. Hey, how's it going, NGO? We're building a little investment tool. I'm going to bring in this flow here. So the idea here is we're going to learn about the type of investor they are from their portfolio. And then from there, the chat will be much better, right? Like when they're chatting. Filling this out, as nice as it is a little bit of labor. So we'd like to make it a little easier for them. So they come into the portfolio, they enter a few things, maybe 5 positions or something. And then we're like, hey, you want us to fill out your preferences? Be like, sure. And then the chat will be better. That's the idea, at least. Oh, and not only that, this part will be better too. Their portfolio insights. And then when they click this button, they will need to pay for more analysis. Okay, I was curious about this, so Plaid. I'm gonna send the chat before I forget though. Ah, so much to do. New one. So we're kind of talking about this flow. The general idea is that at some point we should encourage the user first to input their portfolio. Maybe right when they are, they create a new account. Like, hey, you input your portfolio, your news will be better. And then after they input maybe 5 positions, then let's talk about it first though. When would we show them the next pop-up? Would it be right after they enter the 5 positions? When would make the most sense? We don't really want to interrupt them if they're trying to add their whole portfolio, and then we like show pop-ups. So trying to figure out what would make sense. Let's try this new chart. Okay, so if we go to here, or it's because it's it's coding right now, so it's loading a lot. Something. Is it coding? Which one's coding? Okay, so it's 500 a month total for Plaid. That's everything. But maybe that's just like the initial fee, it seems like. $1 per user a month, or 5,000. So is there any free mode though? Like how many users can we do for free? Oh, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to test the new ones. I don't see the new ones actually. Oh, is these ones? How come when I select the questions, I don't see those new charts you made for specifically the comparisons? I think it just created demos before implementing or something. Let me check. Have you not hooked it up yet or something? Did you just make demos? Do you think realistically for this app, like people would want to do this? Or to just be kind of gimmicky? So is there any way, so is that 500 a month, like just like to get access to the production? So it's not per user. So is that kind of what it is? Like if you have 0 users, the minimum is 500 per month? I like those ones. This one's cool. One thing I don't really like is I don't really like the default comparison bar. It just doesn't look very good. Like, it looks kind of just like really simple. Is there any way we can make this chart more interesting? Like, it shows maybe some more data somehow. Wait, what do you mean the 500 a month? So how do you know when you need it, right? So like, that means we can just set it up, right? So like, how many users would we have to have for it to be 500 a month extra? So it sounds like we maybe can use Plaid then. Now we just have to figure out the legal stuff. Oh, gotcha. It's mostly about discounts. I see. Makes sense. Should have probably started with that. Okay, what about the legal aspect? Once you start storing this kind of data, right, it's a little bit dicey. So how would you even prepare to do something like this? One of the things is, like, sometimes I'm reading the homepage, and I would like to be able to ask a question. We were thinking maybe a sidebar that are going to the direct of the page. What do you think makes the most sense, right? Like, they read it. Kind of give me some ideas. They should be able to very quickly ask about the day. Anything they might want to know. So we're going to run this default one again to see if it's any good. Okay, we also ran this like flow thing. Which one was it? Is it? Here it is, yeah. Oh yeah, save, maybe. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe we do the option 5. So once they've entered 5 or more positions and they chat or they go back to the today's brief, then that's when we show our flow, like ask them that question, whether they want to load in the personalized preferences based on the portfolio or not. Let's go ahead and implement this. The way that this should work is like, we're trying to fill out all the settings for them based on the positions. So in order to do this, we actually need to send the data to Gemini again and give it the settings and then get the results and fill it out for them and then save it. Okay, so we have maybe more interesting chart. Okay, it failed. Let's see why it failed. Here. This looks like maybe the script failed or something that it made. We will see. Looks like an error on this new default chart. Okay. So, yes, that's true. The main component is storing the data. This part is we got to make sure we aren't actually telling them to buy things. So we do have to be a little bit careful about, we are a little bit, but it has to be pretty serious that we do not allow that kind of response. I'll add the delete my data button. Yeah, go ahead and add that delete my data button. Just put it at the bottom of the, or put it in the user settings, and just it's just like nukes their user collection. Let's learn more about this. I don't know what that is. What is this thing? Yeah, this will be cool. Let's see what we come up with here. Collapsible sidebar. The only thing about the floating chat, again, reminds me of customer service. I do not like this. My bar search. What would that look like? Double as actual search? What would that be? Command K. These are not really, they're not really advanced users, so I will not do command palettes. I think these are exactly the types of questions we're expecting. most people don't really care that much about like, it's not going to be like insane kinds of questions. So a lot of them, like you can probably just assume it's simple. But I think, okay, this one. What would this look like exactly? Are you thinking like an actual search bar in the header, or where else would it be? I'll check if it finished this this problem here. Here it is. Okay, so we can run the run this again. Try out the chart, the new chart. This is an admin panel, so this is not something like the user would see. On our admin panel, we got our tweets and our other things. So you can see they're inconsistently styled. Okay. This doesn't generate because we didn't generate the new day analysis. Okay. Give me investment advice immediately. I think it might be cool, like, What just happened? I mean, we can maybe try implementing that thing where it's like you're talking with someone just as like a little experiment. Be kind of fun. Oh, the reason it does that is because it's still writing code. I'm kind of wondering, like, what if we have an inline chat? Like, okay, so as you're reading it, right, you're scrolling. instead of a sidebar, what if there's like, an area? Scroll up, ask a question. Sidebar does kind of make sense. What are some other ideas? I might do a sidebar. I can't think of anything else that would make sense. Let's just do that, I think, for now. The floating, I don't want to do that. It's not, that's kind of what I was thinking. I mean, it's exactly what I was thinking. This is so simple. I like it. It's so simple. Like you open a sidebar, I just feel like thinking about like my mom or something, like using this. I mean, I like this, right? This is more my style, but oh, we could have some highlighting on like tickers and charts. It's true. We could definitely do a little bit of that. Oh, I actually like this. Let's do this. That was my original idea, but I just went too overkill. I like started to highlight everything, and that was really buggy. But we could just highlight just like a few things. Tickers, charts, that's it. Just hover. I'll do this first though. Oh, put it here. So once you actually ask the follow-up question, what will it be though? Will it be just like an inline chat? Hey, Soda Head, how's it going? Nice. That's fun. It's kind of like an investment tool we're working on. Places doesn't stack. I like that. All right, cool. Let's do it. What's option one? Yeah, definitely not an expanding card. I like this one. If you want the expanding card, you go to the actual chat. And these chats are probably not saved, I would say. Well, we can save them, I guess. It's just like... Yeah, we just won't. Maybe for telemetry reasons, but... The LM service is getting too big. This is a file that is too big. Same with this file. Oh, they're all getting too big. Oh. Factor. Holy crap, they're all too big. That's like 4 files. Wow. I reached my limit in 2 hours? 8 a.m. Oh, I think that's because I did yesterday some. Interesting. That kind of sucks. Oh well. To anti-gravity. I think I might have made some of these conversations too long. Be a little more careful next time. Oh, you're right. Yeah, 5 hours the session gap. You're right. Forgot about that. Right, so I hit the session gap. You're right. That's what it was. Yesterday I hit the daily gap, or daily limit, and today I hit the session limit. I think that's what's going on. Well, maybe yesterday it was the 5-hour limit too. I'm not sure. It's good and bad, right? All right, so let me send that chat over here. Let's go ahead and implement this. The idea is this is going to be under the market pulse there. It's going to be a little inline chat. It doesn't need to be stored. Test this out because they implemented this. So I'm going to go ahead and be a free user. I'll make a new, go to my other account. I thought I already, maybe I didn't on this one. So we'll enter 5. Yeah, cool. That looks good. All right, let's see what it does. So yes, personalized for me. And we'll go look at the preferences and see how it did. Well, I think what it should do, it shouldn't load like this. It should just immediately close, and it's doing it in the back. Yeah. You don't want them to click away. So why did it fail here? Looks like it sent all the stuff, so. connection was lost. Is that because it's coding? Just cut it off or something. Oh, right, that's what it is. Oh, we made a little mistake. Gotta make sure it's not coding while it does stuff like that. It's running over here, I think. Yeah. If I reload, will it ask me again? No, it's like a one-time thing. So this still isn't fixed here, right? So if you enter a bunch of positions, there's a little bug here. What do you do when you're super lazy and demotivated? Well, my trick is, so this is the reason why I started streaming a little bit. It's because in college, whenever I wanted to get stuff done, I'd go to a place that's very public. And like my screen is very visible to a lot of people. So I felt like if I wasn't doing work, then I felt like, for some reason, just like psychologically, that kind of works for me. Because like if I'm being lazy, like people can see I'm being lazy. So streaming for me kind of plays into this idea. Like I can't screw off if I'm streaming. People are watching. So that's one of my motivations. So that's how I get motivated, but everyone's different, right? So for you, maybe you need to drink a ton of coffee. That's me too. Maybe you need to something else, but for me this helps. So coffee plus going to public area. You want to use lightweight code by using native edge. You're talking about, yeah, on the front end, right? You know, I'm not a front end dev, so you know, you're definitely, there's tons of optimizations. I remember when I worked at Microsoft, there was like all these people like doing all of these crazy stuff. Make sure to make the page load like 100 milliseconds less or something. I'm sure there's tons I can do to make this faster. Go ahead for that idea though. I'll look here. I'll maybe plug your idea in if you also use it. Yeah, thanks. So I heard there's another one too, like a little something I can use to make the front end load fast. Yeah, that's a good one too. Like I remember one time I joined this like Twitter space, like all these people were working, they were talking and like really motivated. Like, oh shit. I get that too. I think it's like a component if you're with like-minded people. In some ways, college helps with that too, unless you're just partying and not studying. So. Okay, so I'm gonna make it so this button right now, it doesn't open the upsell, and it should because I am a free user. Oh no, I'm not. Because I paid my tests. I'm gonna log into a different account, I guess. So I'm going to enter, we'll try again on this new one. I think because it finished doing this. Right, we'll test. I think it's done. Let's see. It's testing, so we can stop it. So I'm going to enter, this is one I haven't entered 5 positions yet, so let's go ahead and do that. Cool, yeah, thanks. Go ahead. It's cool, yeah. I think you know, it's underrated how important it is to make everything load fast on the front end, because it's like a big, there's some studies on that, like a big drop usage if things are taking a while to load. So what soda head is actually really important. I'm not really focusing on it at the moment, but if you don't mind soda, I will screenshot it later. Because definitely there's tons of stuff as far as that goes. So I'm just going to enter 5 so we can trigger our thing. Okay, so it should trigger here. Okay, let's go ahead and fix that. So if you enter the 5, I mean, you have enter even 1. This should be kind of like loading, right? I can't use this at the moment. So well, before I do that, I'm going to validate the other thing that it did worked because I don't want to add, layers of just confusion about what's working and what's not. I'll double check that what it added works. Okay, I logged into a different account. I'm going to go back to yesterday's brief. All right, so we added this. We have a question. And, and yeah, see, I think I missed your message, but if you want to get into coding, AI is pretty good. You can ask a lot of questions, learn. It's a good way to learn. It's, it's quick feedback. All right, so let's try asking a question. What is... See how that kind of looks. Yeah, that's not bad. I actually like this. It's very clean. Like the alternative was add the sidebar, right, where it comes out. But this, you put the question in the article. Like it's not. It's very simple, which I like. We'll put the let's put the voice thing there. You put the microphone so it's accessible, like we have on Research tab. One thing that's weird with anti-gravity is I can't send another chat. I'm gonna restart and maybe update this because I don't understand why I wouldn't be able to do that. Maybe they fixed it. It removed my recent chat. Okay. Can you add the microphone to the inline chat, the market brief, or to the research tab so it's accessible? And we were going to double check the new chart. I think we ran it, failed one time. Let's see what happened here. Oh, it's because we closed everything, so we got to start it up real quick. Hit the restart. What's your stack? I'm building social network, Laravel 11. Holy crap, dude. I don't even know what that is. Laravel framework. PHP. How do you find, using that, PHP? Are you finding these models are good at this? They have a lot of training data. Right. I see what you're saying, Sodahead. That's the native app performance. Yeah, let me know how that works. We tried to make something with native, but it wasn't very good. The models weren't. Yeah, look, yeah. Rankin PHP. Also, they're making PHP maybe a little more modern. Oh, written in Go? I see. Interesting. Why? Might be something to explore. Maybe for our next project. Maybe one of our goals is to make it like just blazing fast or something. I started to learn, so that was 4 years ago. I started to learn Elixir. That would be a fun one. Couldn't really find a project though that would be like that I wanted to make that could really take advantage of it, you know? I think it's really good for like chat apps and stuff, right? Different kinds of So I'm reading why Franken, okay, so held back PHP for 20 years as the die after every request architecture. Worker mode. It says it allows you to build a production-ready SaaS faster than almost any stack. The ecosystem is massive. Okay, might be worth giving it a shot. At the moment, because we already built this one, but for the next one might be kind of fun. Okay, I'm gonna make it so when I click view full holding or view full analysis as a free user, I think I logged into a new account. First, I'm gonna validate this. So when I reload over here, I go back. Nice, I got my little microphone. What does that look on mobile? Cool. Oh, reloaded. The microphone reloaded it. What was the news for today? What about yesterday? It's kind of fun. Just make sure to clear it. Is talking and keeps sending messages while talking. Hey, Mikey, how's it going? Sounds good. We usually put chapters, or I put chapters on the video, so it's a little easier to find like the parts of the stream where things happened. So I'm trying to make it a little more rewatchable, if that makes sense. You can just go through and click. I feel like the other streams have that, so I hope that helps. Yeah. Be able to kind of, you don't have to watch the whole thing, figure out what happened. Okay, I will check that, but I think it probably will work. Hello, how are you? Give me investment advice. Yes. So now I think when the user sends to chat, what it's going to do, the new behavior of this is going to be send to chat, scrolls down, scrolls to this, boom. I like that a lot better. Okay, I'll make a little new tab. So when the user, going to double check that does what I think it does. Right, there was another bug we were going to do first. So when the user, like a new user, adds a portfolio, it's not loading a new AI portfolio analysis. And we go ahead and add that trigger. So once they add one position, every user is going to get one free portfolio analysis. So it should start running as soon as they add. Oh, actually, we don't want that, right? We want to wait for them to finish. So it should be when they leave the page is the trigger. Like they fill out the positions, they leave the page. Or some inactivity. So we could maybe just say like after 10 minutes. So for now, we'll just make it a minute. Then we'll start 10 minutes or they leave the page. Yeah, okay. Alternative is we have like a save, but I don't want. Yeah, that makes sense. I want to see if we can maybe do it a little simpler way though. Adds a new portfolio. Analysis. Hey, Mikey, you've been loving. Yeah. Oh yeah, Copilot. They're struggling a little bit. Well, I think they'll catch up one day, but it seems to be taking a while. Morning, Bardo. Use AI to tag the stream. Yeah, how do I do that? Is it like in the description? Put AI. Look it up. Does that actually work? People look by tags. Put. Thanks for the suggestion, though. Open to suggestions about this. Oh, sorry. How should we do this? Like, when should we start running it? Like when they leave the page, you think? What if they don't leave the page though, and they just leave it open? I just want the logic here to be really simple. I don't want like a weird bug. And then we'll fix this situation going. Okay, yeah, so it says I should put maybe some hashtags. Bottom. Sure, I will do that. Thank you for the suggestion. Not right now, but later. Exactly. But the problem with that is it's only one. Oh, the obvious solution is that it should be a button. No, let's just make it like a button, right? So they put in their portfolio, and on that page, like they can now trigger the AI analysis because they have a portfolio. That makes a lot more sense. Let's give them one free. However, they can't see the full one. They can only see that top part. So if they click the view full analysis, view full AI analysis, so rename that, then it should bring up the upsell. And then we'll fix this bug. Yeah. Okay, and there's a new thing here. Let's test this out. So if I go anywhere on the page, I should be able to like highlight a section, send a chat, boom, brings me to here. Granted, that's not super clear. Because kind of looks weird because when it's empty, you can see ask a question about today's briefing, but when it's filled, you don't really know. And I'm talking about these users are going to be probably not super technical, so keep it really simple. Maybe put like a little bit of a thing up here, a little blurb about what this is. Hey, Sakshvi, we are building a little investment tool. It's going to give you news and have your portfolio tracking, and you can ask questions. Stores like what type of investor you are, and then it's kind of like a research / learning tool for people manage their positions and things. Gives you news related to your positions and AI analysis and charts and data. It's a little weird because when you send a chat, it doesn't really have what it is. So make sure to put like a little title above it that's like, yeah, just makes it clear what it is. Okay, cool. I guess while that waits, I'm going to go grab another coffee. I'll be back. slow. So let's see if that worked. Should log out here. Log back in. Count. Okay, so if I enter in a position, I think I have a few. Add my holdings. So that seems to have not worked. Let's take a look. What happened here? I think I maybe froze or something. Oh, one step requires input. It is just running some compilation. Hey, Anarchy, how's it going? Working on this investment tool, as you know. Oh, see, look, anti-gravity does this thing. It's gonna try something. Does it know how to sign in? That's the question. I'm gonna let it try. Yeah, I think this feature's a little gimmicky. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna exit that. I mean, maybe one day it'll be good. But it's too slow. I'm gonna stop it. You see, I really like this process. It's like it sort of scratches an itch in my brain. Like just you know, and make stuff pretty, for yourself or whatever, it's kind of fun. So I'm happy to have, maybe a little bit of inspiration. Or anyone else. Okay, clear title. Okay, let's validate this. So the button didn't work. I don't really know why. I'll check later. So I'm gonna sign back into the other account. Yeah. Constantly accept terminal commands. Yeah. I feel like anti-gravity doesn't have a lot of settings either. Like, you should be able to customize it a little more. It'd be nice. Okay, what do you guys think about this? I think maybe get rid of the emoji. Well, it's kind of repeating the same thing twice. I think I'm just going to remove it for now. I don't really like the extra text, so kind of weird. Yeah, I just use it for the free credits. There's a little button. Yeah, same here, Find Destiny. Free. But who knows, they might keep it free for a while. I mean, if you think about it, like this, I mean, it seems like that's their strategy a lot of times, just like burn a lot of money, so I'm happy about it. Okay, so why didn't this button work? That is our next goal. Something happened. For some reason, the button doesn't appear, even though we have 5 portfolio positions. What do you think? It should be in the... Where did you put the button? Answer that first. It should be in the today's brief, in that section. It says, like, enter your portfolio. Your free thoughts on Grok Code, the free one, Cursor at the moment. I haven't tried it yet, Anarchy. Let me know if it's any good. Yeah, it's true. It definitely does seem a little rushed. But it'll probably get better quickly. Our code is ass. Could be. Put the generate AI. Okay, let's check if it's there now. Not yet. Where is it? Oh, it's putting it down here. No, don't do that. Please don't put it on that page. Put it on the today's brief page, you know, where the news is. It's where the AI analysis is, so please remove it from there. We're working on this AI investment tool. Gives you the news. And you track your portfolios. That's a great idea, Ricardo. I think we're on the same path. You know, there's a huge tailwind for wealth management. People are getting older. A lot of people need this kind of stuff. Gemini 5.1 deep thinking is good. Yeah, I feel like recently especially, I've noticed I've been having trouble with anti-gravity. It's the beginning I did. There's a moment there that was good. Now recently, it's kind of slowing down and makes a lot of mistakes. I might just switch to Cursor because I think it might have reset. Let me check if my usage reset. I'm gonna check if it reset. Hold on. So I'll just ask something. Hello, are you working? No. Not yet. Should I? I don't think I will. Just use gravity for the next 2 hours, and then our cloud code resets. But it is slower. I do write code myself sometimes, but this is much faster for the kinds of things I'm building at the moment. People are... I get it. Because... Yeah, $200 a month is good. Page updates, code yourself, blah, blah, blah. It's real coders. I'm checking this because I want to see, I think we were working on something else. Oh, right, we were checking the charts. I'm gonna check the charts to see if it fixed the default chart. Okay. I will check. Oh, sometimes that happens if it's running, editing the page. the default chart, let's click here. I think we're gonna do this one. It's one that's comparing or something. Oops. Yeah, but Google has really stepped up their game recently. I've noticed their some of the stuff they've been coming out with, like, kind of surprising, you know. And anti-gravity, I mean, is although it's a little bit rushed, it's, you see where they're going with it. I give them a few months. So it's running. I'm gonna wait till it finishes so I can see the new chart. Yeah, I could see, Anarchy, are you a PM? I could see how this would be super useful for PMs. You don't have to depend as much. I think it's still running. Let me check. Oh, my camera died. Check here. What has happened? How long has my camera been off? A long time. Oh, I see what has happened here. This down here. Okay. I don't know how long that was off. Like 10 minutes. Wait, does that mean that chat wasn't running this whole time? Stream? Oh no, it was. Okay, we're good. Okay, did this finish? This takes too long. For the... I don't think it did. I'm gonna paste and see if there was any errors here. I don't see anything. If there isn't, I will add logs. Try to understand a little better. Nice. Can't lie to me. That makes a lot of sense, Center Key. You're an infrastructure architect. That's cool. South Africa. Is cursor better than anti-gravity? I think, yeah. But anti-gravity has a few features and it is free. Has some free credits. Yeah. So when I tried running the... I'm gonna check one thing though. Try to validate if I select a different chart, is it gonna work? We just changed this chart, this default chart, so it works with a different chart, and we know it's just something specific to this one. So right now, there's some new people joining, so I'll show you guys what we're working on here. Working on this investment tool, gives you news. The reason we've gotten this error because it's currently generating some code, but we're using this kind of as our little upsell. We got a AI portfolio analysis. When you click it, we connected Stripe yesterday, so it'd be all set up, except I think it's still in test mode. The general idea is we try to push them to like kind of put in their portfolio. We might connect it to Plaid, probably not in the beginning, but we did some research on that. It looks pretty doable. That would mean they can connect their portfolios, like Schwab, Fidelity, have it all right there. And then we show good insights here is the idea. So try to get them to click this, and then we give them all the news. This will come to their email every day. We run a lot of data, so we build some scripts, get some kind of interesting questions and answer them. This chart does not make sense, but we will fix this. And when they have a question, they can come into this research tab, and they can ask questions about their portfolio, and it'll have all the context of them, like how they work, what's their kind of approach, what are the themes and catalysts they're looking for. They can add their own like AI dictionary, anything else they want to know, and then when they come to chat, they're chatting. This has all their portfolio context, everything. They can ask questions about their portfolio, like how are my positions doing? So it knows my holdings, and I can talk to it. I can be like, do you have any investment ideas or things I can look at, given my portfolio? And here. That's what we're working on. Is it early or late for me? It is early. I finally fixed, well, 1 day away. So I'm going to start these streams around 6 a.m. going forward. So we're finally going to be on a steady time. It gives us some investment ideas. Can you give us any like specific ideas? So we have to be a little careful, right? We don't want to give recommendations, right? We're not aiming for that, but what we're trying to be is like a research tool, right? So like we'll maybe give them some ideas, some themes, but not like, hey, you should buy this sort of thing. So there's a little bit of a line to be careful of. I do think what we should figure out though is it okay to give like a more specific ideas? Like we kind of do in our AI analysis already. So I'll show you guys if I should make this so this if I'm an admin, I can just see the portfolio analysis. Also, let's fix this. This is kind of annoying. Why is this happening? So if I reload the page, it works. Not really sure, that one's weird. We'll look later. I think it's because when it edits the code, it causes that problem, like while we're on the page. AK Visual is our IAC with AI. For Sasa. Hey, saw dude. Tried the voice button in the app. Yeah, the voice button works in the app. So I'm gonna run this, figure out if it's working with a. Well, we already ran this one, so we should know. This, I don't see a new chart come up in the admin panel. Oh, there we go. So this is our new comparison chart. We added a few more things. It was kind of boring in some sense before. It was just like, I like this one a little better because this is the win rate. Does this make sense though? So you have the return and the win rate. It's kind of like a double bar chart. I think it's kind of cool. Yeah, I'm on the West Coast. Let's see. So we added a upgrade to the AI analysis part and a new chart. And what else? What's this? Oh yeah, voice input on the the page brief chat. We'll call it that. Flash. Yeah, we'll probably use that. Right now we're using Gemini 2.5 Flash. So switch once we have that. So another thing, the admin should be able to bypass this upsell thing. Oh, I'm gonna stop this because it actually worked. So I'll come back to it though if it happens again. So the admin should be able to bypass that like AI portfolio upsell that we have on the C full portfolio. Part of our strategy to market this is we're going to generate a bunch of tweets on the data under certain, we built a little admin panel for that. It's not, let me fix that actually real quick. So on the admin panel for the tweets, it needs the current daily analysis to load, but it's okay if we don't have the current daily analysis. It can rely on the yesterdays or any day. Just make it like a drop down or something. You can select which day because we might want to tweet based on a prior day or something. So once this panel, once it fixes that, we're going to use this panel to tweet a bunch of cool statistics that we found using the scripts that we build. So we basically have like a bunch of different types of questions that we ask. And they're not hard-coded, but we kind of give patterns. We say, hey, these are all the types of questions that we have to choose from. And we pass it to Gemini. And then we build a bunch of scripts using Gemini. And then it chooses the best ones. And then the best ones are shown in the newsletter every day on the homepage. And we're going to we tweet those to our Twitter. This is our Twitter. Just put in some random sample. So we're kind of improving our charts at the moment. So now we have a lot more questions, a lot more. We added a new chart. Maybe we could test that out right now too. So it's this, I'll pick one. Rolling correlation. So let's give that one a shot. I think I'm gonna ask it actually because it generated like 3 or 4 new charts. Let's just ask it to give us a sample so we can kind of get a good idea of what it is. Oh yeah, let's check that real quick. There was another thing. Let's see if it removed this, if I reload. Okay, this is still here. So we don't want this. This should be on this page. I guess I'll just do that. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot more than I bargained for here. Looks like they have some logic about it in this file too. So I might just let it do it because I don't really want to debug it. Can you remove all the AI portfolio analysis stuff in this file? We're just going to keep it on the today's brief file. So move everything there. The logic should say, hey, do they have more than, have they set some holdings? If they have, it should be a button they click to generate it. Not really having good luck using anti-gravity with Opus 4.5 today. I normally use just Gemini 3 in anti-gravity, and then I use Opus on Cloud Code. But we hit our rate limit pretty quick today. And resets 8 a.m. I think. Let me check. It's 8 a.m. Okay, cool. So that's just an hour and a half. So just use Gemini 3 for a while. Let's check the tweet page. Maybe we're done with that. Looks like it's, I see this input thing. Okay. It's just checking. I guess it's still going. Feels like it's much slower. What do you guys think? Like, okay, there we go. Nice, they removed it. Good. Yes. Okay, is admin's cool. So cool. Now that I'm admin. Oh, look. Hey, look at that. We got our new daily analysis. It loaded for today. Let's go ahead and read it. Looks like one chart messed up. Let's see if these charts make sense. These are maybe should be able to ask questions about the charts too. So like when you highlight over, you can maybe send a chat. Right, that was our original idea. Send a chat for the charts. Yeah, let's definitely do that so they can understand what's going on. So they hover over, send a chat. That's a cool question. So do return. This is 5 days, 1 month. So one thing, the dates should be in order. So it should be 5 day, 1 month, 3 month. We can maybe fix that, but too bad. See, this is cool actually. Let's tweet this one. I actually really like this one. It's very topical. So we got to regenerate the tweets here. Cool. I'm actually pretty stoked about that. This is probably the best one that's probably the best one we've made yet, as far as data goes. Because like I read that, I'm like, okay, I haven't, never seen anything like that. A unique question. It's not predictive, but it's interesting. Nothing in here is predictive. Right now it's generating the tweets. Let's see what we got. This is our tweet. Like the chart failed to load, so we'll maybe fix that. I'm gonna make sure. We used to have a bug where it kind of messed with the charts. I'm gonna make sure it didn't do that. Be good. When you generate the tweets. Take a look at the... Old people have a hard... Oh, interesting. A good idea. Wait, why is that though? Wouldn't dark mode be worse? Because it's like they usually have like astigmatism thing going on. Their eyes, like you have the white text on dark. Let's see. Or what is that? Is it astigmatism? It's the thing where it's like white text on dark. The old people have a harder time. Light mode or dark mode? I'm a little bit confused though, because I'm actually not sure why it generated for today already, right? Like, although it generated cool data, I'm pretty sure I disabled that yesterday. That, because we just wanted to make it so when I click the button for now, for testing, I'm gonna kind of investigate why that generated. A little strange. I think this is maybe a recent code change that we just did here that is generating this. I'm gonna double check. So let's say so currently, what generates today's market analysis on the today's brief page? I was pretty sure throughout this code base, it's just the button, the admin tools button that's generating it. We removed all the cron job stuff. Any idea what generated it? IGNC. It's different for every person. For me, I don't know. Maybe I did talk about it like day 5, probably like 50,000 or something like this. But it would be like recurring, You feel like you could achieve that annually, something like this. That would be probably after expenses. But overall, I'm keeping it a little vague. It doesn't have to be exactly this. Something livable, I'd say. Any onload? Could be something like this, some use effect or something. Yeah. Depends where you live, New York City or something. Probably need a lot more. I'm relatively frugal. Really? Could be more, I guess. All right, so I'm going to figure out while that's waiting too, why this chart is not here. And once it is, actually, let's just try posting it. Maybe the chart will be there when I tweet. It's just a rendering thing. So let's go look at the Twitter. Which other projects? It's just the inflation calculator. I put it in the description. Not really recurring technically. But that's roughly what it is per year. It's like a $4 app. Okay, so it kind of messed up the chart here. So definitely, it is the same chart. It's just like we styled it though, so let's fix that too. Would be a good thing. It answered potentially our question. Really? Yeah, let's go ahead and remove that logic for now because we don't really want to. We're currently still in test mode, so we should just leave it up to the admin to generate it for now. So go ahead and remove that. You actually don't even need to remove it; just comment it out because we're going to add it back later. And then while that one's running, let's restyle we'll do two things. So on the tweet admin page, when I actually tweeted it, the chart didn't reflect the colors. So we still have like some sort of default color going on. We already have the logic for like creating the screenshots based on the chart. So go ahead and find that. Don't duplicate it for the tweets. And then secondly, on the tweet page, the chart image is not showing. Again, use the same, code that we already have that we generate the images for the front page. So don't duplicate anything there. I think before I make any more changes, I'm going to commit though. I'm not going to push yet because I'm not sure that everything here is working totally. I don't think this was. Yeah, I don't think this was. That's okay though. Yeah, you're probably right about that. However, for me, I just like it. But, some other people have said that too. Probably probably it's not an, optimal prompts. In some ways, maybe slowing down and typing is more optimal. Sometimes Whisperflow also misunderstands me a little bit, so I just kind of really like the workflow of just kind of like talking, reading. It is faster technically too, the talking. If you have a very clear idea what you're saying, it's like 150 words per minute. So unless you're really world class, you'll definitely get it out faster, but you might say a bunch of unnecessary things. It's a little bit of a trade-off, I guess. So the next component of this, we're going to start making all this data for individual companies, not just like index funds. So right now, all of our data is just index funds. But the next component of this, which is going to be fun, I don't think it'll be too challenging because we already built this, but like, is the questions that we're going to ask are going to be what the user's portfolio is too. We'll have some index funds, sure, potentially. Maybe not though, right? Because they put in their profile they're not interested in index funds, then you don't put it. That'd be kind of cool. Then all the questions will be about your portfolio, and you'll have some cool data and charts. It's fun. Okay, let's do that next. I do kind of want to wait till Cloud Code is back though, because Gemini is so freaking slow. I mean, not Gemini, anti-gravity right now. So I might just keep doing bug fixes for a little bit. And then we can start doing some bigger things maybe later today. Or just it's my thing resets at 8 a.m. So might try it if it speeds up, but it's kind of just moving along. Okay, yeah, exactly, yeah. Yep. And that's kind of fun too. We could do a little X-ray for them too. If they have index funds. Although most brokerages have that, where like you can see what your actual allocation is. You go through the index funds. It's pretty. Right now, our portfolio page is pretty simple. It's just sort of like you add your tickers. It's just a asset performance, so we don't have any like. Oh, we broke our. Oh no, it still works. So it's just, no purchase date yet or anything. But our plan is probably to do that, especially once we connect to Plaid and everything. Yeah, definitely. Well, some people do it a little bit on purpose too, They might be buying a few different index funds. Just they feel like there's maybe some risk with, not really. But, some people might argue. Maybe they just have an opinion about Vanguard or something. They just want a distribution of them. But you're right. I mean, technically, you don't need multiple the same. Loose, hot. Yeah, I mean, this is taking forever, so I might just switch to cursor. I kind of want to keep going. It's fun. Okay, cool. I'm switching. Slowness got to me. So we did make a few changes here, though. Let's check. Okay, that looks good. So we're just commenting this out for now. Because the generation we just do ourselves while we're testing. Okay, and let's see if it's still working on this these tweet changes. I'm just going to do in cursor because it's faster. Attach the project. I'll put this over. Oh, sorry, close the music. And I guess while we wait too, let's figure out this third chart that broke today. I'll look at the database going out. So it did generated a blank image for this third chart here. We'll try to understand. That's what was stored. Maybe we can. I remember tried to fix that the other day, but we weren't sure that we fixed it or not. We're having a bug where occasionally the chart that's generated is blank. Right now it was this question. It looks like the script found some occurrences, so I think it's validated. But somehow in the chart generation, it something happened. See if you can try to identify what potentially could be the issue. Go ahead and look in the database too, if you need to figure that out. You could grab the data from the database and validate the script, although we're pretty sure that's working because the occurrences are occurrences. Should be validated. Oh, I like this. I like this. I think this makes a lot of sense because, like, if you have multiple conversations, you can easily just tab through instead of going boop, boop, boop. Yeah. Okay, let's see if the tweets are fixed. Nice. Very good. They are fixed. Let's go ahead and retweet this, see if it works. Take a look. Oh no. What happened here? That's not the right tweet at all. What happened? I'll delete that one. Somehow when I clicked the tweet, it tweeted something completely separate, like I think maybe a prior days. Can you make sure that the tweet is getting the right days information? Because we did add some new paths that are storing it based on day. So it could be maybe you're getting a prior day. Are these images the same? Let's validate. If I go to here. Oh yeah, so these are very different, right? Oh no, it's this one here. Never mind. Look, yep, these are the same. It's just when I tweeted it, it somehow got a prior days. Should probably clarify that. I'll just clarify it. To clarify, it has the right one on the page. So I got the right things on the page, but just when I tweeted it, that was the issue. It tweeted it prior days. There's lots of bots on Twitch. The only people that go on Twitch on my stream are bots. That's what it is. So yeah. It's creating a little script to check that out, why this one was blank. Make a third tab. So right now, if you look at our admin experiment page, we have a bunch of different charts, a bunch of different type of questions. The next part of it that we want to create is we're going to start doing individual companies. And this is part of our deep dive feature that we're going to add to this platform. The deep dive feature is going to be this kind of data but for individual companies, we want to answer questions that people are interested to know. Things that they wouldn't have thought of in a similar vein to the questions that we're doing for index funds and, finding these credit market versus, cross assets questions. We're going to do a very similar thing for individual companies. Can you give me some examples of what that would look like? We're going to ideate first, and then we're going to nail down what we want to do for this deep dive part. Ban this bot. Second. Thanks, Sadra. Okay, so Rain, let's made this little script to test. Maybe we could try to figure out why this happens. Let's see what happens. Okay, let's check the admin page. Okay, we're gonna retweet this and see if it gets the right chart this time. Okay, save chart path. So hopefully it's not doing some sort of local check, because it should be getting it from the database, because it should be stored. Okay, I'll just plug it in. I'm not really sure what the error is here. I want to try again and then get the error. Got this error when trying to tweet. Are you making sure to... actually, I think it doesn't need to get it because it already has it, right? Because we know it has it because we see it. It doesn't need to get it from the database. You have it locally available. Okay, let's go ahead and run this again. Operation not permitted. Okay, let's try again. That seems promising. Nice. Okay, let's look at the Twitter. See if it is here. For some reason now, it is the right chart title and chart description, but it shows the wrong chart type. Well, I gotta say, this is actually a pretty good chart too. I kind of like it. Gives you kind of a nice distribution based on the year. It's kind of a fun chart. So I'm gonna keep the tweet, but I'm gonna try to figure out why are we choosing the wrong chart type. Hopefully it's not doing the chart generation again. But I'm noticing you're choosing a different chart type. Are we doing the chart generation again when we send the tweets or generate these? Because it should be using our existing charts, Basically, the only thing the regenerate tweets should do, that button, is it should just be getting the images for the charts, and then it generates the actual tweet content. But it shouldn't be doing any new chart generation. So clearly it is doing new chart generation. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing this. So remove that logic that it's doing for that. Okay, I guess I'll run this because this is our test for the get mark. Yeah, it's just printing. Okay, so these are our ideas. So right now we're ideating. What you working on? Hey, Shri, we made some cool stuff. pretty excited about what we've made today. Like the reason why I'm excited is because like this is probably the first day I felt like, maybe the second day, I felt like we kind of have some cool data that came in, and it's like relatively interesting. And I got a nice tweet. And now we're gonna start working on the deep dive section where we're doing individual companies and getting data for those. And that'll be the pro feature, like the 100 a month feature or whatever. Like it'll be like a bunch of data for your companies. We'll try to answer interesting questions that will justify it. Whether or not we'll succeed is another question, but we will try. These ones are kind of simple, right? These are simple questions. Not bad, right? We can have them. Item file for tweeting using rig chart. Remembering it's the wrong type. Yeah, I agree, Sandra. But the thing is, like, it shouldn't be running any chart generation logic. It should just be taken, because we make a screenshot using Matplot. So it shouldn't be changing it at all. It should just be a screenshot. If it is, that means it's doing things it should not be doing. Yeah, found existing chart. Exactly. Let's go ahead and try that. I think that should work. I'm gonna tweet one more time. All right, we tweeted. Let's go look. And if anyone's wondering why we are tweeting, this is part of our marketing plan. We will get better and better data. And we know there are big Twitter accounts that do this kind of thing. Our general plan. The thing about this chart, this should be over here. That's kind of a small fix. Let's go ahead and do. So for all these charts, the way that it's ordered, the earliest date should always be first. And the ordering should make sense, right? So you need to put that in the LLM. Actually, that's not there. That's going to be just like chart logic. And I'm going to commit first, though, because we made some good progress. 6 tweets. Okay. By the way, if anyone wants to be added to this thing in the top left, just let me know. The commits. We can have like a little community of people committing stuff. It'd be kind of fun. See what we're all working on. Okay. So right now we're ideating about how this deep dive feature is going to work. Not really sure yet. Any deep dive, ideation. Forward returns after signals, journey versus sure. These are all the types of questions. I think these are all pretty good. I mean, does Target have a back to school rally compared to... See, I like that. That's kind of fun. Again, it's probably not predictive, right? Like if it was, people would know of it, but it's just kind of like an interesting question that I would want to know the answer to, just for fun. What are Starbucks returns in the week before and after dividend? Sure, fine. Nothing too crazy there, but... So when AMD beats earnings, what happens to Intel the next week? You know, it's kind of... I like these. Okay, let's go ahead and duplicate the admin experiments page. And this page is going to be a very similar page, but it's going to be totally focused on these types of questions. It's 2 separate sections, right? Our macroeconomic questions and then our deep dive questions. You're going to duplicate all the logic. Don't change anything existing because this is just our testing pages. And so make a ton of these questions, put in a bunch of different types of companies. I like the ones that you did. So go ahead and create a doc of deep dive questions.txt. Save this, what you've just done here. Create this new page. Use our existing charts. So all the existing chart logic that we have, we're going to use that and make it a very similar implementation. So go ahead. Oh, yep. Excited. Probably the most excited for that feature. And we're getting to the point where people will be able to ask their own questions. Custom questions they just ask, and then we start using, okay, I'll show you. So right now we have these tools, right? Like research micron, right? And it's going to call our little tool, assuming we didn't break it. I don't think we did, but let's check, I guess. Okay, so we broke it when we added our thinking. Let's go ahead and fix that. But we have tool calls. And one of the tool calls will be calling our deep dive researcher. And then it's going to go and do our pipeline of analysis that we've created here. And it's going to show them a chart. It's going to show them, you know, how many times this has happened. So it's doing this historical sort of running thing. And so people can get some interest. And that's going to be like that's like the deepest paid feature. Like I'll show you guys the payments. So when you go into the upgrade section, granted it might skip this because I'm an admin. Oh. Well, let me sign into the other account. I should probably just like allow myself to see it as an admin because sign out. Anyways, yeah, it would be like the pro feature, the most expensive. That's the one where you can do all the deep dives and the cool questions in here. Hey, let's do a select feature where in tweeting or even showing, make some buttons for different chart types. Yes, I really like that too. I really like that. Thank you, Audra. Because right now we generate one chart. We have the AI, we tell it, hey, these are the charts that work for this type of question. We kind of have this pattern dictionary we've built up over time. But it makes a lot of sense because if you look at this admin page, if you go to the admin page, for each type of question, there usually are multiple types of charts that make sense to use for each question. So what we could do is in our daily analysis that we generate for people, we generate all of the options and we allow them to scroll through so they can get the maximum level of insights. You know, maybe one chart's kind of garbage, but they can at least go through and see. I really like that idea. I'm gonna note it. Thank you. Allow users to cycle all possible charts for each question. You should fix it so it doesn't keep scrolling down to show what the AI is sending. Yes, I totally agree with that. Don't keep scrolling down. Yeah, I'll test that again. I think I understand what you're saying, but when thinking. Research tab. I'll label that just bugs. Or not really bugs, but whatever. Cool. So let's go ahead and see what. Maybe while it does that, we can do these two fixes. There was this fix here. Let me see if what it did made sense. Or maybe that fix worked. Not sure. Today's brief seems laggy. Yeah, it's a bit laggy, I agree. Let's load it again just to test here. I agree, I like the way it kind of loads in. Is that what you're thinking? Like it shows the loading and then it goes everywhere. That is kind of weird. I agree with you. I'm spazzing around. Test sprite, yeah, we can do that, but I think we can ask it to fix it first and see if it can. So the today's brief, like when it's loading, everything's kind of like jerking around a bit because it starts loading and it puts the thing in and then it loads and everything starts moving. Let's try to make it like a smooth load in if possible. So take a look at that. Okay, I'm going to do this allow users to cycle all possible charts. That would be really cool. Our next feature. The general idea here is like, right now we basically tell the AI, hey, choose which chart to use. We're going to migrate to a different approach, which is for all charts that work based on if you look at our admin experiments panel, we have all the types of charts that work for each type of question. So we're going to use that, and based on the question, we're going to generate all the charts that work for that question. And then we're going to allow the user to cycle through the charts themselves in today's brief. So we're going to generate a lot more charts. And you might need to change how you're storing this, right? Right now you're probably storing just the one image, but you're going to have to change that to like an array of images. You're going to need to store more things, but give that a shot. You might need to implement, if we haven't already, because we added a lot more new types of questions in the admin experiments panel. So you might need to add all those new questions as well. So that's going to be a pretty huge change. So we'll see if that works. It's very possible it doesn't. Hardly today. I don't know if you're saying it is recommending, but the fact that you're here probably means that it is. Once Cloud comes out with the fast sonnet, yeah, definitely. I'm gonna stop this one because I think it says it's working. Actually, I can validate that. It says it's working, so let's go look at the database. Okay, I don't see any changes to the file. So whether it is or not, that's in question. I will probably stop this one. We'll come back to it later. It's sort of a bug that happens every once in a while. So see what we've changed. We're already doing one pretty big feature. One thing I don't really like though is that I'm pretty sure when we change tabs, oh no, here it is. No, when we change tabs, we lost our, here it is, good. Now we got it. So I'm gonna save this here. It's kind of our next thing, but I'm gonna wait till we finish the current big thing we're doing because we do not want to get in a hole where we have a bunch of bugs. Okay, so we duplicated our admin experiments panel to create a deep dive panel. Okay, and we did the smooth loading. Let me test the smooth loading first. Oh yeah, that's much better. Before it was just like jerking around everywhere. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Surprise you, since you're Yeah, you're right. LastPass kind of sucks. But I wasn't really on a security, I did like work with the security team. Like handled some of their reviews of our stuff and I fixed it. But I was not really like the guy doing the security reviews, if that makes sense. I was on the authentication team, kind of handling like users and group management, things like this, implementing some features, and having security team review it. That was kind of my role. I'm a little bit less of the, maybe the type of security person that you might be thinking of. Because I think you're probably right. Those people probably aren't using LastPass. Maybe I'm just a little bit too trusting. Okay, so we got the smooth loading. I don't want to commit yet though, because I want to, we did make this big change with the new panel. So I want to test that first before committing. What did they call it? It's the admin deep dive. So let's go ahead and check that out. So this is not for people. This is just for us when we're testing this new feature. So we have a bunch of different types of questions here, right? Let's go ahead and run a few. So this is kind of a fun question. What is the typical lag between TSM? Well, that one's kind of simple. Let's try. When both Walmart and Amazon drop on earnings, what happens to Target? That's kind of fun, right? You're doing a little correlation kind of thing. Let's run that one. See if it can. Yeah. I think it has all the data it needs to answer that question. So we'll see. It'll take a little bit. So the way our current newsletter works, it does take a while, right? It's generating a bunch of questions, generating all the scripts, validating the scripts, but we only have to run that like once for all the users. However, for specific portfolio level analysis, that's user level, right? So then that's when you have to make that a charged feature, because that will scale with the amount of users you have. So definitely would have to be around like the $40 like premier package thing. So we probably have an error. Let's go ahead and take a look what we got. We put it in anti-gravity here. There. I don't see an error. So it looks like it's just one of these silent ones, but we'll look in the console as well. Okay. So we actually don't know if it succeeded or not. Oh, we do know it generated this script, so we can kind of validate. Oh, great. We have a reason why. Interesting. Okay, so here's the problem, right? In our data, we probably don't tell them how to get this specific kind of query. We've always done our macroeconomic index fund kind of thing. So this is our first time we're asking individual stocks here. So we need to kind of figure out how can we achieve this given the data that we are currently using. So we got this script with this question. The reason is we haven't communicated to the LLM how to get this data from our data. So let's ideate a little bit on this. What's our plan? What do you think? 4 hours of coding is nothing. Yeah. I would say, the vanilla coding 4 hours can be doing hard stuff. This is pretty too challenging, I would say. Just kind of, doing some testing and if you're having fun with it, it makes it easier. For me, I'm having a lot of fun, so this is like playing, this is my version of playing StarCraft or something. Currently, the backtester has yes. Yes. Makes a lot of sense. Definitely, we do not fetch on demand. This is going to hit our rate limits. So we're going to do something like this and load in some stuff. So for individual stocks, what we're going to do is only have maybe like, I think we're only going to have like 20 years of price data. So it's going to be a little bit different kind of analysis, right? A lot less data points. Right, we don't have this data. When did they report earnings, right? So we actually have to go fetch that. It's kind of an interesting idea. It's a little flaky though. I mean, what if they change it? Don't want to give people false information. That's kind of a bad rule of thumb. Especially when it comes to their investments. Risky behavior. Can you explain a little more? How does this data loader expansion work? What are you thinking for how to implement this? A little bit more. Oh, nice codename Zulu. That's cool. Why are you not using it? Oh. Let me check. Why am I not using it? I have no opinions. That's why. Maybe I should look. Oh, the liquid glass stuff. Yeah. I guess yeah. I'll update it. I'm surprised actually it already wasn't. I'm pretty sure I got this laptop after that OS update came out. I literally just got this because my laptop was stolen. A month ago. 2 months ago. Maybe it was like right before it came out or something. No condition uses the day today. Okay, let's think about this for a moment. We're going to ask how much data can they realistically get with our approach. Realistically speaking, how much data can we get before we're rate limited? And once you get this data, can we go about maybe saving it? Is that like we save it so we don't have to keep grabbing this data because we're going to keep using it, right? What should be our approach to that? So we should be thinking about this. We have limits. Okay, I noticed this with whisper flow. You should wait before speaking a little bit, so it seems to miss the first word sometimes. Oh yeah, hey Decamp, I'll show you. We're building an investments assistant. It's like has news related to your portfolio, has like a bunch of data and cool questions, and we answer these questions and have charts. We have like a research tab where you can like call a tool that does some deeper research and ask questions about your portfolio as your context. Also stores your portfolio. So it's kind of like a mix of things, but ultimately it's like an assistant for your investments and gives you news and emails you and stuff. Right now we're working on the deep dive feature, which is going to be answering questions for specific companies. Our questions now are only indexes and macroeconomic stuff and comparing like credit market indexes and things like this and coming up with like correlations and interesting things that happened in the past. Years following a calendar year where the index fund returns more than 20% or the subsequent return. So not predictive, but just kind of interesting things. So that's what we're building. Right now we're trying to figure out if we can do this without getting rate limited for the deep dives. Get all that information. We're not going to use Y Finance in, you know, at the end of the day. It's just sort of, this is our testing when we're trying to figure out, oh, you know, once we get the library, we will pay for one. But for now, we're just testing, so we're using something free. Oh, that's awesome. Y Finance is really cool. It's a great tool. Wow, 5,100. But how much data does this get you? You can fetch all historical data for all of these. That's awesome. Great. Let's so how, you know, let's just start with maybe what do you think? Do you think 20 is probably good? You know, right now we're just testing. So do you think 20 and we get historical data for 30 years, something like this? Can we also get the earnings dates and everything else? What all do we have with the historical data that we can download? We'll probably be downloading it once a day for the foreseeable future. So what number do you recommend for companies so we do not get rate limited? Debugging, man. Oh, nice. Cool. Yeah, feel free to connect with me either on Discord or whatever, you know. We got a Discord for builders if you're interested in joining. We're all making stuff. So. I'm going to go ahead and commit because we, I think we validated most things. What is this? Oh, this is the sorting. We haven't validated this. But I think that's a pretty low risk thing. Just sorting the x-axis. Granted, not every chart is this x-axis, I think. We have some that are years. Scatter plot is years. I'm going to ask about that before. Can you clarify what would happen when the... because I think we have some charts that are years on the x-axis. Would the sorting work in this case? And then let's look at a few others. Chart utils. Another sort. More sorting. More sorting. This is our deep dive section, which is not working quite yet, but in there. This is... Oh, we don't want to commit yet. This is our thing where we're adding a carousel of charts. There's a very high probability that doesn't work. I'm going to just commit the deep dive part. Just a test or something. You can commit. Oh, this is more. Put in the debug. It's fine, I guess. I'll take it out. Yeah, this is all good, I think. Yeah, I think this was the... Oh, right. This was making it load a little better. Better loading and... Yeah. We definitely do that, Soda Head. We got a nice open source data set for valuation related stuff. And it's open license and everything. So we have 150 years worth of valuation data for, I believe it's the S&P 500 that we use. And that one is not Y Finance. That's just a data set we downloaded. Admin deep dive, better loading. What is this? I think we need it. Okay, we're good. Oh, it handles the years correctly. Okay, cool. So we can actually probably commit the... I assume it's probably right. Oh, I forgot to commit this. This is important. This is the loading. Okay, it's just sorting stuff, right? Oh, I think this will work too, because right now it's... Let me check that it's still loading correctly. Yeah, it is. Cool. So better loading still, and the sorting of x-axis. I like Tailwind. Tailwind's great. Yeah, but I'm not a front-end dev. I did some, like whenever we did, like I would work on a feature when we didn't have any front-end devs available. I would go work on that. So it's just like here and there, and some in college and stuff like that. Nothing too crazy. Mostly doing Java Spring stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and check our deep dive. We were asking an important question about how we can avoid getting rate limited. So it's doing some research, apparently. Research and... Okay, sure. I suppose we can do this. Some sort of script to run to see what it can grab from YFinance, the library we're using at the moment. Oh, thank you, Decamp. I appreciate this idea. If you don't mind, I'm going to copy it. I'll just type it. I think you're right. I have noticed we sometimes we can't get our data for a while. So it might be worth exploring. We're just using YFinance as a tester at the moment as we're building this out. But we currently use, for most of our data, we use YFinance. Not all of it. Free tier. The general objective is just to have something that we can test with for a while. We will likely have to pay at some point. But as we're building it out, and keep it lean, not too crazy. Okay, it didn't run Venv. They're getting the... All right, what is it doing there? I'm gonna stop it because I don't want it to create... I'll just ask it to stop this because you don't need to create a script. You can just search it up, Just look it up. Can you just look it up? Yeah, you don't need to create a script to find this information. We just want to know what can you grab to add to our data set here so we can answer more questions. I could look it up too, but this is faster. Okay, cool. So start with 20 tickers. That's what we said, so that's good, I guess. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, so we have our original plan. So I'm going to keep everything in the context here, so it should know kind of what our plan is. Right now, we implemented the page that it's going to be our testing page for this. So it's called Admin Deep Dive. It has all our questions. This is going to be comparing different types of companies, creating our charts that we've running our chart logic and going through that kind of pipeline we've created. get the data. And so I think we're ready to go and implement this now. To basically look at everything in the conversation and everything we've decided to do and go ahead and work. Remember, this is just scopes to the admin deep dives page, so no other changes. Right now we're just testing, making sure everything works. Yeah, sure, Sadra. The Discord's in the description. Feel free to join. I'd be happy for people to join because it's a lot of fun. People join together and give good advice. I mean, I get tons of great advice on the stream. People join interested in finance and stuff, and they'll tell me things I don't know. That's great. And also just in general, tons of people, libraries I haven't seen, and all sorts of stuff. So we can do the same thing on a bigger scale. So we can have maybe a Discord of people who like this kind of thing and help each other out. Projects. Oh yeah, on that a little bit. Excuse me. How's it going? Excuse me. God. Got this coffee in my throat. You have zero coding knowledge. Yeah, I recommend you can build a bunch of prototypes. You can ask AI and learn this way. This would probably be the best way. I think nowadays it's a lot easier to learn because you get a lot more visual feedback as you're learning. Coding before, it seems like the general trajectory is it's becoming more and more accessible. Beginning, it's like crazy technical. You need to know so much. And just over time, especially with this, you can really generate some cool, let's say you're, depending on what your job is, you probably could even generate some tools for that. You can get into it that way. And then you learn as you go, right? And that's probably a great way. You basically just download this, whatever cursor, one of these things, talk with it, and just start there, and if you have a natural interest in what's happening, you'll probably just learn over time. You're someone that likes to build things, and if you're interested in games, whatever. I would start with probably something simple. A common thing is getting a little bit too ambitious, and then you get a little bit frustrated. If you're a beginner, you should probably start with some simple things. Okay. With a big project, you're going to run into some problems, that are going to require you to be able to read a little bit of code, right? But if you start with something simple, that's probably the best way to start learning. If you're interested in this kind of thing. So it says it's completed. I'm interested to see what it did. So it's loaded in all this new data, but I believe it has to change the prompt to the LLM. I don't see that. I'm gonna ask it before I run any more because it uses money. We're sending it to the actual thing to test, so not a lot, but it's a model. So can you explain? Did you don't you have to change the LLM prompts to be able to build these charts and everything based on the new data? Because when we generate these scripts, we provide the LLM the general data format, and since you've added all this new data, we probably need to do that, right? Broad stripe in test mode. Yes, that is right, Shri. I think I'll keep it test mode for now because I really want to make sure that everything is functional and working and that we're providing good value before I make it legit. But hopefully we'll make the stripe legit set. Everyone can maybe in the next few days here, depending on how things go. But I just want to provide enough value for the money before I make it paid. Yeah, I'll show you guys. Sorry for anyone that's here. I don't want to reiterate too much. But the general idea here is we're building this investment tool, AI investment tool. We've been building it about a week now. Oh, no, a little bit over a week because it's probably 8 days, 9 days total, I suppose. It provides you, based on your portfolio, provides you the news, so your investment portfolio, analyzes it, gives you some analysis, some ideas, takes into account like what kind of investor you are. And we build this either based on you can fill it out or we do it based on your portfolio, fills it out automatically, and then gives you the news and it creates some interesting questions and generates these charts, real data, not hallucinated. And then you can go to this research tab, you can ask questions. We'll go ahead and fix this error, but I'm pretty sure it's because it's generating code right now. And ask questions about your portfolio. Not what should I do? Or it's not really investment advice kind of stuff, but it's more like giving you general like information. So you say, how's my portfolio doing? What are maybe some weaknesses potentially in my portfolio? We can answer questions like that. Just not like what should I do? And that's the general thing. Right now we're working on deep dives, so this will be individual companies related to your portfolio. We're gonna give you a lot of information, and this will be the most expensive package that we would offer people. Is going to be this kind of thing. We'll offer them the AI analysis for the mid-tier. For the basic tier, you'll get the chat, you'll get the news, you'll get and the free tier, you'll get maybe a few credits that you can use and to kind of get a taste of the product. And that's kind of the general gist of what we're doing here. So hopefully that answers your question there. Available data. Oh, great. So it sounds like this already works. So let's go ahead and try it out. So I'm going to run one of these questions, maybe one that we find interesting. So when Google gaps up 5% at the open, what are the 1 day? Let's maybe do something different. Oh, I like this one. The correlation between AMD and Intel. It's kind of fun. So we'll run that. We get some interesting chart. This is a new chart we haven't tested yet, so we'll see if that comes out to be. Is the PMF? You guys use a lot of product market fit, yes. Oh no, probability mass? No, definitely product market. Yeah. Yeah, we're just implementing things that might be. I think this is a good one. Because okay, here's the goal, right? If we can provide a really good hook about we know their portfolio, about one of their companies. We can say, hey, do you know this about this company? And then ... They have to read, and then that's how you get them to do the viewful analysis. Or, it's actually, they click the ... probably. And then it comes up with the packages. That would probably be the best. And that's probably a scenario I could see myself paying, potentially. If I felt like I liked the product, they gave a really good question. I'm like, I actually do want to know. I haven't seen that before. I can't find it online. Maybe I'll pay for it. So this is our new chart. I actually really like this chart. Well, I need to look at it a little bit more, actually. I'm not sure if it makes sense. What is the rolling day correlation? This is hard for probably, this would be a more advanced user we should show this for. Because for a new user that, someone, casual investor or something, this might be a little bit confusing. So I guess when it's up here, it's a positive correlation, but in which direction, right? It's hard to know. So I'm going to ask. I'm not really totally sure. Like is so I'm going to use, oh, good news, our cloud code is going to reset in 13 minutes. I'm excited for that because I missed it. Missed it deeply. I'm going to plug in this screenshot here to try to understand a little bit more about how we can improve it. I think right now it's a little bit too opaque, as far as didn't mean to send that yet. I'll take another one. I'm trying to understand this chart a little bit more. Right now I think it's a little bit confusing. What do you think we could do to maybe make it a little bit better, a little more accessible for most users? Also, tell me a little bit more about what this chart actually means. The question is in this image as well. Like, you lose what's happening. I try to code the project myself and make the start. I use AI for problem solving. I think you do, especially if you do like a complex feature, it helps to understand a bit, how it's working, especially, when you're debugging, a lot of your time will be used on pesky bugs. And when it comes to the pesky bugs, that's when you reap what you sow, so if you really make a mess of your code base, it's going to be a little bit hard to fix. And AI, it's really messy. I mean, AI is going to have trouble too. So, that's where it helps to have the knowledge of the general principles, And that's like, let's say a beginner tries to make an app like, like this, or a game, or whatever it is, that's where they're going to run into trouble. If once their code base gets a little bit messy, they won't really know. I mean, they can talk with AI, right? Like, how can I improve this code base? And they can learn, but it just take a bit of time, right? You have to put in the time to learn all those ideas, because AI can't do quite everything yet. Miss Cloud, yes, I miss Cloud. It's fast. How do you assess your portfolio doing algorithmically? Time frame are you contemplating for the movements of the stock prices and volume? So for me, I use benchmarks. Everyone's different, it really depends on your goals. That's kind of like a very a little cliche thing to say, but that's just what it is, like people, if you don't want the downside risk, you're just going to have to accept a certain kind of return, and you might be okay underperforming everyone, if just depending on your situation, if you're really old and you're 70. So for me, my goal is to outperform, but and take good risk reward asymmetry kind of bets. So I don't really, I like to look at things like, I'll show you. We provide this statistic for people. I like to look at things like Sharpe ratio, but it's, just kind of know of it. It's not like something I care about. Max drawdown, things like that. I think the general idea is just to know of all these things, and might be 0.5% of the decisions you make. 0.5% of the reason you make some of your decisions, but it just kind of adds up all the things together, So that's how I do it. So I'm just trying to provide a lot of tools for people, depending on what type of investor they are. If you go into the preferences, you can choose your type. If you're contrarian, longer. You're someone who really likes to be, or maybe you're looking for a particular kind of situation. Like, you already are happy with how your portfolio is. Actually, that gave me an idea. So there's your general approach, right, of how you invest, but then there's the type of approach that you're looking for going forward, right? Maybe your portfolio currently, you have a lot of this, but you want a little bit more of this. There should be a way to specify, like, I'm looking for this kind of situation at the moment for my portfolio. We should maybe add a separate area. What are you looking for going forward. So I'm going to probably add that as well. But the thing about this product, though, is I'm thinking people don't have to put this in. We will, based on their portfolio, try to make an estimate. But we ask them for permission first. We say, hey, can we autofill for you? And if they approve, then we will go through and select these things for them. We will fill out the themes and catalysts that they've thus far invested in, and we will give them more ideas, more analysis based on that. That's the general idea. So I'm out of cursor credits, so I have to force to use anti-gravity for 7 minutes. Then I can finally go back to cloud code and be happy. I'm going to be a lot more careful this time about how much I'm sending, because it's my favorite. Oh, wait, hold on. We sent a chart, didn't we? Oh no, we asked a question. There, I got kind of sidetracked. We asked a question about this chart, and I wanted to know how we can improve it. So it's this chart here, like a correlation chart. So +1 means it's perfectly in sync. If stock A goes up, oh, gotcha, okay. Mirror opposite, oh, gotcha. But how do we know which direction, right? Based on the chart, like if one goes up, which one's going up, which one's going down? Okay, so I made those changes. Must have clicked approve. So this all worked, so I guess we can commit this. That's great. One question I have, though, how do they know which direction, like basically, okay, so let's say it's a negative correlation. How do they know which one's going which direction? They might want to know, hey, when, oh, wait. Oh, I see. It's just, oh, never mind. I was misunderstanding. It just means that it's totally inverse. Like one goes up, the other goes down. This one goes up, that goes up. So it's, oh, we should still, let me see what the label is. I pause. No, gotcha. Okay. Great, that makes sense. Correlation chart change plus the new data or deep dive. Admin panel. Also, dude, why are you so red? No offense, though. Do I look really red? Probably just the lighting. Usually not too red. Sometimes I am, though. It's very yellow lighting, so. But, you know, I think I am half Welsh, so. No, not half. What am I talking about? Some percent Welsh. My dad's ancestry. Maybe that's opponent. Chat. I think there are more chats. Sorry if I missed some chats. Is this a new idea? I mean, I ran at 7 o'clock. Some question, how do you say, oh, you already. I need a new idea. Yeah, we kind of did some like market analysis, and I think we kind of got a nice thing that I haven't seen before. So that's why, you know, we spent probably half a day, 4 hours doing that. I guess it's not that long. But yeah, so I feel like this is probably something that has unique features, doesn't exist yet, or at least we're going to do it better. If it does exist, it's maybe not too big yet. And we'll just, you know, obviously with anything you do, you have to compete, right? So there will be something eventually if it's valuable. But hopefully we make something that grabs some share of that. And people like it. That's our goal. 3 minutes, guys, and then I have cloud code. Okay, cool. So that was that problem. What was the next thing we're doing? We could fix this bug real quick, I suppose. But what's the most important thing we should be doing at the moment? Oh, right. We should keep expanding the deep dives. We kind of have it working now. There's some cool question. So we should figure out, now that we got our deep dive in our admin panel, individual company deep dives, that would be something we want to expose to the user. I think what we should do, like the way that we expose it, is based on the user's portfolio. We will put it in the newsletter somewhere, maybe. The question, and it will be blanked out or something, and that will be the premium feature. We'll generate it for them. And it will just be in the newsletter. And then it will also be a tool that you can call in here. So you can say, we'll put a little preset, like you could say, it'll be like right here, it'll be like deep dive on, and maybe we have like a little question mark that they can hover over and it'll explain. You click that and put in a company, we're going to run a bunch of questions and give you some data. So there's two components to that. The tool call and research, put a preset that they can click and put in the company. And it's a premium, it's a pro feature. And then the next component is, should show a preview of the 4th or 5th question, something like this. Will be a deep dive question with the chart blurred, data blurred. Both will come up with the upsell page. Okay, cool. Aha, Cloud Code has reset. It is now time. Exciting. /clear. So take a look at the admin deep dive page. We are now going to implement this for the user. So you can think of the, oh, there's one thing we should do first. We have to fix the tool calling because we broke it with the thinking when we added the thinking to here, the stream there. So I'm gonna first fix that, then we'll add both of those things. Let's make sure to always clear so we don't waste important cloud tokens. So when we added the thinking streaming on the research chat, we broke the tool calling. And also, I'm pretty sure it doesn't show you when it does a search anymore. So double check that. So go ahead and try to fix that. Try to identify the issue. I'll make sure I committed. Okay. All right. Hey, thanks, MCQ. The tools like in chat. Exactly. Yeah, we got our own tools. Gonna be like research and deep dive. Research is kind of like a more, that's going to be like a basic tool, but the deep dive is the premium tool, or like the pro tool, the highest package. That makes sense. So we already deployed to prod, but it's not, we're still kind of in test mode. So you can go on prismdatafeed.com and it's very, very slow. So if like 4 of you come on it, because we're using a render free hosting. So, guaranteed if any of you actually use it at the moment, it's going to be extremely slow. So, but, we're going to have probably, everything's going to work a lot better in a few days. And once we implement a few more features, and we also just scale up our hosting stuff. So, and probably not use render. I will use something else, right? Just AWS or something. But we're keeping it simple while we're testing. So let me go back to the progress that we're making here. We're fixing this bug before we implement our deep dive feature. We copied here. I'm just saving the text. Gonna fix, because I don't want them to be editing the same files at the same time. So I run this, wait for it to be fixed, and then I'll commit it, and then I'll run the new feature. Dockerize. Yeah, I agree. I think that's what we'll probably do. Bcamp. That is the. I don't know if I need to Dockerize it really, but yeah, we'll definitely do something like that. Pretty simple stack. One thing we could do, oh right, while we wait for that, we could also do the implementation of the carousel. So that's going to be another big feature. Let me grab the text for that. But they are editing separate files, so I think I'm okay with running them at the same time. So this is our feature of, right now we provide one question, and this was not my idea. This is someone in the chat, so let me check. Sorry, I don't remember who it was, but I appreciate the suggestion. And then we can cycle through all the charts that work for this type of question, because we have this saved in a dictionary. So let me run it over here. Well, this is where we're going to run our deep dive feature, so I'm going to keep that over here. And we're going to run this in another one. Run it here. Oh, I must have not copied it. So this is going to be a full. This is going to touch a lot of things. I think. Yeah, I think we're good. I should maybe clarify one thing. On the tweet page, you'll have to make some changes too. You're going to have to make it so the user can select which chart to use for the tweet. So you have to implement the carousel there as well, because we have a tweet page that we're using for marketing, and that depends on the chart as well. So I wanted to make sure to update that. So when we go to the admin panel, we got our tweets that we set up on our Twitter, but we need to make it so we can cycle through the chart and choose there. The two components that it needs to touch. Okay, so this is a big feature running. This is this is not a big feature. This is just a bug fix for our tools. We'll see if it works. You know how much being a developer in Iran hurts, because every subscription in dollars in our country, very limited. Yeah, man, I can only imagine. Thanks for joining though. That's really interesting. Yeah, especially, you know, the cost of some of these things. I can only imagine what it is over there, right? So maybe you can take advantage of the free credits, I guess, right? With the anti-gravity and stuff. That would probably work, and see if we can maybe get those student discounts with the definitely it seems like Google's using a lot of, burning a lot of money, so I just focus on that kind of makes sense to me. Yes, so it's just reading the current chart structure. Hard to believe only day 8. Yeah, dude, we're not stopping. So, and if this doesn't work, at the end of the day, we'll just work on something else. There's plenty of things to do. And if nothing works, if we really fail, like let's say I spend 200 days at this and everything sucks, and like every product, and I'll just work on well, I guess I won't go that far. Never mind. At some point, there is a day of reckoning. Truly, if truly you fail everything, right? But our goal is not to fail. So. Okay, so it says it fixed the tool calling. I'm going to go ahead and test that first. Also, I really would like to fix whatever. Oh, this is, yeah, and every time we make code changes, it doesn't it? Okay, so the way our tools work is we have, we basically send, hey, these are our tools, and this is actually within the API. You can do this. However, if the user is searching, you can't call a tool. So it's a little bit wacky logic. So we'll see if oh, whoops, research Micron. Well, it is taking longer than usual, so maybe, but it should. Okay, so it did work, right? This is our tool. It's called AI Investment Analyst. That is one of our tools. This will be the basic one. However, we should do one thing. Whenever we're calling a tool, we should make a nice little thing that's like making it clear to the user what's happening. So that way they know, hey, we're calling a tool, right? Also, in this change, can you tell me, did you fix the searching? So now it's going to tell the user when we did a search. I think I'll commit at least part of this. I'm not going to commit the new things here. Oh, this is also the tool call. So tool call here as well, I believe. Yeah, cool. Exactly, Find Destiny. That's what we're just doing now. I just sent that. We're going to fix the kind of the display to the user about what it's doing. It does connecting when it's calling the tool currently. And then once that's done, then we're going to send the big feature update, or that we're going to add this new tool called Deep Dives that we've been working on. And we're going to, once that's hooked up, we're going to try it out on a few companies. Interesting. Every dollar is 1 million. Wow. Crazy inflation. I'm just waiting right now for the thing to complete before we send anything else. Don't want too much going on here. Okay, let's go ahead and try the new. See what it looks like if it's calling the tool. That's perfect. I like that. Niceness. Oh, what happened? Try to understand. Okay. I'll pull up the errors. Oh, I know what happened. It's because I think it's whenever it edits code. So let's say we're running the tool and it's editing the code. It's going to stop the tool and create an error. So that's not an error that a user would run into. So we'll just wait till maybe this is done before testing again. But I think it works, pretty sure. And I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go grab a coffee, but before I do, I'm going to run our other long task, other long running task that we set up here. So where is it though? One of these windows. Here it is. Let's make sure everything's good. Tool call, research, show preview. Right. So this preview should be on the today's brief page. This preview should be blurred for any free user. So, but they can see the initial question. So they kind of know what we're answering, but then everything after that is blurred. Including the, the image and everything. So you might have to come up with some way to do that. Not really sure how I would do it. Maybe some sort of library for that. Tool call research. I think that's good. I think I'm just going to clarify first, though, that this is a feature. We are implementing a new feature. It's based on what we've implemented in admin deep dives page. Cool. Okay. I'm debating, should I'm going to make sure, is this touching anything that's currently running with this one? Don't want to cause a problem. I think. This is just touching. Okay, it is. It is actually, because the chart selector on the main page, it will touch. So I'm just going to wait till this one's done. Then I will run the next one. Hey, Shartha, are using multiple LLMs like Cursor in the same code base? Oh, no, it's not a dumb question. It's just, so you can run all of these on the same code base, but I would just be a little bit careful. If you're running multiple of these, just try to make sure they're gonna edit different files, because that's where you're gonna run it. And it's a little bit messy, right? Because if you run multiple on the same project and they edit some shared component at the same time or something, you can potentially cause some bugs. So you do have to be a little bit careful. My general approach is like, if I'm 100% sure that they're editing totally different areas, or if I'm working on multiple projects, then I'll run two. But I just don't really like it running it and then having to fix weird bugs if they're editing the same parts. You just have to be a little bit wary about that. But, all of these, you can open the same project and you have full discretion to run as many as you like. Eventually, you will hit some limit as far as budget and things like this. But, yeah, it's totally doable for sure. Okay, we finished this. What I'm going to do, you can always undo commits. So I'm just going to commit these, then I'll start the other one. And then we'll just go through and test everything. It's storing new things. It looks fine to me. So this feature is the chart carousel. And this new feature we're going to run, and I'm going to go grab a coffee, and I will be right back. Oh no, I got stuck. Okay, we can at least test this though while we're waiting. I'm gonna retweet one of the charts that we made with my main account. So this one here, I think this is the first one I'd be actually willing to retweet here. I think it's pretty good. Granted, we should probably work on the profile a little bit. I mean, it's so bare bones to want. Maybe I shouldn't. It doesn't really matter. My Twitter's not that big. So. Anyways. Okay, so let's test the chart carousel. Solar Sama, a good name. Content gen. Sama. Does kind of sound like Sam Altman. Oh, right. Doesn't he have like a... Isn't his Twitter something like that? Yeah, it is Sama. His Twitter is Sama, see. Not the worst name. Sama. Okay, so oh wow, it already generated this? Does this work? Oh, wait, it doesn't. Yeah, okay. And it makes sense it doesn't work because we still generated the, we would have to regenerate the day. With that said, though, I think something it shouldn't do is this weird, like, glitching loading thing. It should be a more smooth loading. I think what I'm going to go ahead and do, but I'm going to wait until this is done, because otherwise it's going to interrupt it. I'm going to regenerate today's brief. These are just admin tools. Then we can better understand if this is working. Probably should have, oh right, and if you highlight something in the chat, it definitely shouldn't tell you to send it to chat. What does that even do? Okay, nothing. Yeah, this send to chat, I don't know about that. It needs to like expand, right? So if I send a big thing, it needs to be like, shoo. That way I can type. And also there needs to be some presets that come up so people know what the heck's going on. Also on mobile, I don't think you could do this, right? Can't really highlight very well on mobile. You could. Hard, especially on iOS. I'm gonna ask that over here. On the inline chat, can you make it so if they send a large thing, the text box kind of expands? And secondarily, add some presets similar to the research page, so they can ask like, what does this mean? And it will, format it nicely. And other things similar to research page, you can have it like that. But you should only show those presets if they had sent something to chat. If they haven't, and it's just they're typing it, then you don't need to show any presets. Yeah, would it be Zamma.ai? CAMMA? Are you buying domains? Yeah, so send a chat, the way it should work. Boom. Resets up top. This is currently generating code, so we gotta wait. I'm gonna put this stuff over here for now. These things. These are our two main runners. At the moment. We're building an investment tool, and we're currently implementing some cool features. One is like a deep dive, and it's attached to our chat that we have, and it'll show some previews for the free users. And the other one is we are fixing our inline chat in our newsletter so people can more easily ask questions based on the personalized newsletter. I will show you what I'm talking about. So this is our newsletter. It has your portfolio, so it gives you AI insights. And you can send a chat if you have a question and ask, hey, what does this mean? Blah, blah, blah. Like, let's say you're like, what the heck does this chart mean? That's the next part we're going to implement. So the next part is you should be able to send charts to chat because you might have questions about the charts. So to do next 2 hours. I'm going to put all this stuff down here. Just enter it. For the next 2 hours, it's going to be sending charts to chat, both research and inline. This is the inline chart here. I mean, the inline chat. The reason we put an inline chat is because like a lot of times you might just be reading and like you don't want to have to leave to the page. You might just have a question about your portfolio related to the news. But this is more for deep research. This is where we have all our tools, and we're going to put here the tool presets on the research page that people can click, and these are going to be some of the paid features. And it's the deep research plus the basic AI analyst. That one's also going to be paid, but it's just less good. And then let's see, what's it? Let's scroll. So you select here, send a chat. What does this mean? Sends. And it's going to load some answer here. I think we should put the thinking on here because we have the thinking streaming on research. We should put that in the inline too. Add the thinking streaming to the inline so the user can see what's happening. Actually, do we want that? Does our... Maybe we don't. I'll think about that. Not really sure. What do you guys think? Let me know if you... I feel like the target user might not really know what's happening, right? Like... No, we could just put thinking. It's fine. Yeah, I think it makes sense. Add the thing streaming that's happening. Just label it thinking. Okay, and then we have to test our big feature that we're doing here, deep research. Oh, we got to keep it going. It's testing TypeScript compilation. We'll just allow it, but obviously it works because we're using the page. Test our deep research agent pro feature and try to make it good. I'll show you guys what the deep research looks like and maybe we can improve it a bit. It helps me too to kind of go through it because I usually see something that we should fix This would be a type of question that we would show the user and kind of like a little ... after. And then it's going to show you a bunch of charts and interesting data. So I'm going to wait till that's done too. Okay, so it just finished the deep dive, so we're going to test that out. At least integrating what we did already into the main code, the main product. In this case, it failed, so I'm curious to see what the reason was. It might be because we don't have Netflix data. So we're going to add Netflix to our data set. Can we add Netflix to our data set? Sometimes it re-implements the same thing twice, and that can cause some weird bugs. Checking that first before I even test it. I'm asking it, how did you make sure that these places are calling the same areas in the code there? Let's see. Well, I'm just asking you, did you re-implement the same logic twice for like the chart generation and everything, or are you using the same logic? I mean, are you... I want to make sure that the feature is working the same in both places, because we like what Admin Deep Insights is doing. Like, we validated it, looks good, and we want to make sure that what you implement in the other places is working the same way. So I'm just making sure that the logic you did is the same for, you didn't just duplicate it in two separate places. Oh, it says it faked it. That's not that uncommon. Yeah. Okay. Wait, what? Wait, what? Really? Oh, shit. Oh, no. Okay, so what we saw in Deep Dive wasn't actually real. Oh, man. Okay. Interesting. Well, we have to actually implement it then. That's good. Let's go check that. Well, regardless, we would have ran into the problem once we actually tested it on the real thing, because I think the problem was that I told it that we're running an experiment and we just want to see what it looks like. Then it's like, okay, I'll just put in some mock data and not do the real thing. And we didn't go through all the way. We validated the script, I guess, a little bit, but we didn't actually check that it's working with real data on our preview of the new feature. So let's go ahead and fix this. Oh, yeah, let's go ahead and fix that. Right, so this should be real data because we're trying to test that it works. Okay, so again, Netflix. Cloud scans you. Yeah. It figured out how to make me happy for a moment. Hey, Tree, do you want to join the live commit feed? Are you interested in this idea? Just let me know. If you're not, it's no big deal. I will no longer approach this site. Let's see. Gotcha. In that case, never mind. This would only be if you wanted it to be public. But right now, what it shows is the tool will show the commits you make, as far as the name and the name of the repo. Doesn't show the code, but with that said, private repos, you tend to not want to show anything. That's why they're private. Okay, let's try the same thing. Should be in real data now. So that'll be interesting. Yep, so I just finished running. Wait, I don't think it has the data on reporting subscriber growth that beats expectations. That's not really a data source that we have. This question is not answerable, right? I can't imagine why finance has the subscriber. Do they have the subscriber growth? Maybe. Possible. So your project, oh no, they're not all public. Like this one isn't, but it shows my commits I make to this. You guys can see the commit titles. The GitHub app that I have that attaches shows just the commit titles, not the code, unless it's a public repo. Then it does. Question is likely not answerable. Yes, that is true. Okay, so let's say I manually got this data, right? Like I manually, either through either through scraping, or I just went and got it from, their filings or whatever. Would I be allowed to use this data as something that could be, I build these insights, right? And it's like a feature that's being sold as like some of the insights that we're generating from this data. Is that allowed? Is this actually? I don't know if it is. I think it might not be. Well, SEC filings are public, right? But in some ways, my project is public because you guys can see how I'm making it, even if it is a private repo. So it is public, right? Wait, why is it a minefield? Can you explain? Like, if you get the data directly from the SEC filings. I guess if it's wrong, right? If you give people wrong data, usually not great when it comes to this kind of thing. Yeah. Exactly. If you start giving like estimates and you're saying like, hey, you should buy this. This is what's going to happen. That's where you run into some potential issues. Yeah, for sure. So one aspect of like what would make this product kind of like build a little bit of a competitive edge is you just start collecting a ton of data. Like, and we start to do that, right? Every day we collect more and more data. Like, let's go ahead and maybe build a script, pulls in the SEC filings, gets this Netflix subscriber data. Let's build a ton of these. Why not, right? We just have to make sure to validate it, you know? Cool. Can we go ahead and build a script that I actually already did this in a project, so let's attach this project so that way it knows how to do it. Can we go ahead and, so we're going to build a new project and it's just going to be called, not even a project though, like data. Oh no, it is a project because it's going to be a set of scripts that collect important data for us. Let's create a new project called data collection. So create a new folder for it. And this is basically going to be where we build a ton of scripts that get important information from SEC filings. You can take a look at analyst. This project has what you need to get the SEC filings. And this, what we're going to do, the very first script we're going to build is we're going to grab the subscriber growth numbers from Netflix's, I don't know what document number that is. Before we continue, actually, document ID. What's the document that we would get this information from? Is it in their quarterly report? I think it is, right? Rate my waitlist page out of 10, and please tell me your honest opinion. Does it look like about a product as well? Sure. What's the URL? I think you can't link it, but is it zama.com or something? Zama.ai. Yeah, just let me know. Okay, well, this is actually not data we care about then. If they're no longer going to supply the subscriber numbers, then it doesn't really matter for people. Let's just remove that question for now, but let's look at the other questions and find just another one that we'll grab. I really like these questions. They're so fun. This is gonna be a lot of fun, just like going through all of these and creating a ton of them. That app. Okay, let me check it out. I'm on that. You mind if I show it on the screen? Looks pretty good. I kind of like it. Yeah, I like it. I like how you made it load in and everything. Maybe the only thing is this rectangle here. Maybe. I think for me, it stands out a little bit in a kind of strange way. Maybe if you like round the corners or something. No, maybe not. Not really sure. But other than that, yeah, it looks good to me. Yeah, cool. I'll join the waitlist. I'll just do it everyone for now. Yeah, let's yeah, no problem, man. Platform optimize content clips and more. Place. Okay, maybe one thing. Just a thing. This is for like content creators, right? I think the just the impression, like when I look at it, it kind of reminds me of Zara. Like when I look at the styling, I kind of think of Zara or like some sort of fashion kind of app, maybe like a yeah, something like this. So maybe I don't know, something like what does a content creator apps look like? A site look like? Just depends what you're going for, you know. If maybe you're going for that vibe, like we're more of like a artsy kind of thing. You know? My experience with the Electron apps, not yet, but I'd be open to it. I haven't worked with Electron yet. Okay, cool. So we got a problem. Go ahead and plug it in. This is the first time we tested this graph. Oh, there's 0 occurrences. So this definitely should work. Let's figure out why it didn't. Oh, the problem's not the chart. It's 0 occurrences. So what do you think happened here? Should we maybe make it so on this page, the script iterates? Like if there's 0 pack tests, we feed it back, try to figure out what went wrong. Similar to how we do it in other places. Maybe figure out also what went wrong in the script. Well, maybe we don't do that. As long as it can figure it out. Yeah, join the Discord. Be fun. I also just give like notifications for streaming and everything else. I see. Okay, if you add the retry mechanism, so does that mean on our, we already implemented the deep dives feature sort of in the other pages. Does that mean those don't have a retry either? let's talk this through, how this would work exactly. I'm gonna delete some tweets. I accidentally tweeted the same thing like 20 times. Let's explain, like, let's think about this, right? Given the goals of this feature, right? Like, our goal is never to show the user something that has truly zero occurrences unless the user asked a specific question in the research panel, right? And it's truly zero, right? So how do we figure this out, right? Like, I think there's, like you said, two categories, right? There's like a user asks a question and we tell them it's zero occurrences. I think that's fair, right? That could happen because there are lots of questions that never happen. But the questions that we show on the front page, and, you know, those questions should definitely not have legitimately zero results. So how do you think we figure this out? How do we figure out, like, we need a way to retry to figure out whether the script is working or not. And historically it was like whether we had zero results. But how do we do it if it actually has zero results? You know, that's a little tricky. Because if we allow the user to ask their own question, can't really rely on there being zero results for script failures. You know, sometimes there's a syntax error in the script. We can't figure out syntax errors, actually. Sometimes there is a logic error in the script. It's like, we do have to be very careful about giving people false information, right? Even if it is just, you know, informational, you kind of want to avoid this. As you know, we do have to really think about that, I think, for sure. Ways, right? Yes. Yep. This is true. This is what we said. That's actually a pretty good idea. It's like a double validation. That's actually a decent idea, yeah. Still not 100% certain, though. You have to accept that you could potentially give someone wrong results. I wonder if could we cover if like we just say like this on this deep research tool, if you ask a specific question, the results are just informational and you give a bunch of disclaimers and stuff. Let's say, you make this deep research tool on the research page, right? And we do allow people to ask their own questions. How could we accept like let's say we have a 0.5 or 1% chance of like giving them wrong information. How bad is this? I mean, it's probably pretty bad, right? Could we potentially fix that? Or at least like if we put a lot of disclaimers explaining that the deep research tool has limitations, would that be enough? Or what do you think? Sure, man. I have never tried that. So I'll look here. Settings. Cool. Thanks, man. I think it looks a little better. See, what's the difference? Let me change it. Oh, I see. Is it the font? Oh yeah, it's the top there. Yeah, that looks a little. I'm with you. That looks better. Cool. Thanks. Thanks, Sandra. False results. Yes. True. That's true. True. Yeah, exactly. You have confidence tiers. And all of the things that are like generated on the page, we can validate, right? But not user, if we allow the user to ask a question, that's where it gets a little dicey. As far as like, you know. Yeah, we have a, that's the alternative. You have a bunch of curated question templates that are validated on different types of companies. Hmm. So, but what if you make them accept, like, when they use the tool, you have a thing, it explains this how this works, and it gives them the code, right? If you do all of that, could it be a realistic thing that you provide? Think about it. Yeah, exactly. Once they start using the deep research tool, you explain this situation. Exactly. Exactly. That's true. Yeah, I think that's how you do it. I think that could work. I'm going to take one of our example scripts. I think we should have like a validation pipeline, like that we kind of send it through. We already do some validation, but like a secondary one. Double check the scripts. Hey, Daksha, how's it going? We're working on this investment research tool. Looks like this. You go in, and it has your news, has some data, some interesting things going on. Let's go ahead and I think the next thing we're gonna do after we validate a few things is build robust testing pipeline for the scripts for secondary validation. And maybe add a little bit of a disclaimer at the moment, right? Because add a disclaimer. User login. Data. I'll maybe do that right now. Doesn't hurt. Doesn't take much time. Don't want results are charts, it's data, the scripts generated data, it's AI generated it. Yeah, I think it makes sense. But write that better. When the user signs in, they have this disclaimer. Secondarily, on the charts, there should be a disclaimer above these as well. On the brief page. Yeah, I think it makes sense. Okay, let's go ahead and test the deep research tool because we did implement it. So we're going to run it again on a new one. I don't think it has this value, right? We can't answer this question. Can we answer this question currently with our deep dive information? I don't think so. Hey, Speechless, I missed you. But I did answer your question, Speechless. I explained. But it's okay. Sorry. Hey, Shri, do you have any idea, like, should I maybe just put in the description what I'm working on, maybe, so people don't have to ask, I guess, often? Maybe something like this might make sense. Maybe at the top or something. Like each day what I'm working on, so people kind of have a decent understanding. Okay, cool. You don't have to watch, man. Watch something else. Like. Okay. So let's see here. Add Nightbot. What's Nightbot? Let me look it up. Nightbot. On YouTube. Oh yeah, I should. That's a great idea. Yeah, let's do that. I think it's about time. Seems like. Cool. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that after. I think it would be cool to have like polls and things like this. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So, do they have to click I accept to, or what do they click to close it currently? Also, do you do this on every login, or where do you do this? Actually, I think it's probably fine, but I'll just double. Gotcha. Oh yeah, we could get Polygon IO. How much is Polygon again? Yeah, I think I'd prefer a one-time acceptance flow, and then we have the disclaimer on the charts. That's fine. Yeah, we can maybe get Polygon. Does Polygon have a free plan? I think that would help answer a lot of our questions as far as like individual companies goes. You can just do you can either do Daubron or Dylan, whatever you want to do. Yep, it's Dylan if you want. Word. Oh yeah, that'd be great. Add some commands like that. Oh yeah, for sure. We should do that. Thank you. That makes sense. That way we can just put in, we don't have to actually even answer on stream. You can just very quickly type it. Oh, and if people are asking what I'm working on, I can just do like working or current projects or something. Just type that in. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. That kind of makes sense. Because I think, if someone's watching this, like you guys are, probably hear me say what I'm working on like 50 million times. Like, okay. That would probably help a little bit. I guess you guys can't really see this. Okay, so Polygon does not have a free... Oh, Polygon rebranded to Massive, okay. Wow, that's pretty expensive for that question. So here's my question, right? Like, what's stopping us from just building a bunch of scripts that answer these questions ourselves? I mean, we can just pull all the SEC filings. SEC filings, it's free to pull, right? Granted, it's hard, right? There's a lot of data. But like, also, there's a very, we have a lot of time, right? Like, we could just regularly get more and more, build our collection of data. What's stopping us from doing this exactly? Yeah, that's something I'm not clear about. Like, all this information is public, right? I get it's a lot of data, but how can they charge $200 a month? I don't understand. For publicly available data. I think I must not be understanding about that. Must be something to do with regulatory compliance or something. I don't understand why it would be so expensive. Yeah. I get you, Sadra. I'll fix it. I'll fix it after the stream. I think I'll definitely add those commands. Oh, pin comment. I actually forgot what it is. I did it a while ago. It's a really popular one I chose for the theme. Let's think here. Really? Nothing is stopping us from doing this? What is my... I must not be understanding something. Are you sure? I mean, is this some compliance thing? Like, why is anyone spending this money if you can just grab the information? I get it's a lot of data. Is that the primary reason? I mean, there's like you have to have a long running script and you still, you're probably going to get outdated. But with that said, I mean, what's stopping you? Is it mainly compliance? Okay, so we added some disclaimers, kind of covering we're making here. I'm gonna go ahead and try the deep research tool on a question that we can answer. Let's see which one we can. I think we can probably answer this one, right? I think we have the data for this. This is the drawdown. Oh, this chart is, I think, pretty buggy. So I don't think this one will work probably. But we'll see if it at least generates. So anyone's wondering, this is not available for the public. This is the admin panel, and so this is always just gonna be for testing purposes. Thank you, Shri. I'm gonna check those out after. I'm gonna put them in a doc here. Cool. See you, Shri. Thanks for joining. Well, let's see here. Oh, it actually sort of worked. Is this the right chart though? I think that's a different chart. Let's see here. Maximum drawdown. Yeah, this is it selected the wrong chart I see. So let's try to understand what happened here. So it looks like it selected the wrong chart for this question. Here's the script that generated. Oh, wait, we can do this part. So the general goal of this feature is that we're going to have this testing pipeline that's manually ran for now, right? So you're building a totally separate testing pipeline. Do not connect it to anything yet. This is totally separate. Do not edit any other code. We're building this for the scripts that are generated, specifically for the questions on the homepage, on the brief. That's going to run in the background. That'd be a long-running task. Let's see. Interesting. That's awesome. Okay, we're going to create this new project like we're planning. Okay, we're going to go ahead and create a new project. We're going to put it in data feeds though, in the data feeds folder. It's basically going to be data collection. Basically this project is going to be using the same method as AI analyst. Yeah, I should pull that project in here so we have it. So we're going to go ahead and make a new folder. It's going to be in data feeds. We're going to, this is going to be a data collection area. We're building a ton of scripts. We're going to use the same method as for the scraping of SEC filings. And what we're going to do is we have a list of the companies that we're getting data to use for our deep dives, right? So you're going to reference this page, and what you're going to do is we're going to start with maybe 2 or 3 companies. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to start with 1 company. Test it out first. I want you to build a proof of concept here real quick. We're going to do this for Netflix, and we're going to do this on the subscriber numbers for the last 15 years, subscriber growth numbers. And what you're going to do, you're going to scrape all the earnings reports using the same API that we used in AI Analyst. We're going to go through and we're going to build these numbers, and we're going to save them, right? And you're going to store them in our Firebase. Maybe we won't store it for now. We'll just keep it locally. We can always store it later. Just in a JSON file for now. It doesn't really matter. I want you to also attempt to build all of the ratios. You know, start with enterprise value, go all the way to tangible book value, you know, everything that you reasonably can, you know, go, you know, free cash flow to price, non-levered free cash flow, all this stuff. Like build all these ratios, multiples. You're going to do this all with scraping information from the SEC filing. Each one is different, right? So you have to be a little bit creative. I think before you start, let's ideate approaches. What makes the most sense to get the type of information that we're trying to get to answer some of these questions? So we're going to figure out what went wrong with this chart here. Now this is this is where it is. Yeah. You're using vector embeddings. One moment. I'm going to look this up. I've heard the term. I have a feeling what you said is probably intelligent. Think about it. I guess what are you thinking? What are you thinking we would use this for? Are you thinking in terms of the what we're currently going to scrape out and build this data set? And the AI is analyzing the data set, and we have to build a way to the AI to use it in an efficient way, I guess. Not really sure. Vectorize the filings. Interesting. I like it. I think you might be onto something there, especially when we get a lot of data, which this is going to be inevitably, right? It is a good consideration. Like, how are we going to store this when we're talking about? I mean, this is a lot of stuff. So, I mean, are we maybe just going to limit it to 100 companies? We could do that. Most people are interested in kind of the same companies. So we probably would satisfy 80% of the people. We just have 100 or 1,000 even for this particular tool. I'm just not really willing to pay for this, unless maybe we already have. I would be willing at some point, I suppose, if we already had like paying users. But until then, I can just use this. I mean, it's public data. As long as you validate it, make sure everything's legit. We're not just. So this is not true. We do get the SEC filings. So You didn't notice that in AI Analyst we use... What I was asking you is how should we go about the scraping for particular... What would be the strategies that we could maybe employ to do this efficiently for a large number of companies? I should probably clarify. We're not going to do all, maybe 100 for now. Over 15 years. It's powerful. Oh, cool. Let me check it out. Yeah, I'll note it. Thanks, man. I'm gonna look at it later. I feel like I've heard of Weaviate. Sounds familiar. So let's see what happened here. Templates. Wait, so why did it receive that drawdown? Yeah, I mean, go ahead and look at the back end, right? Try to identify what happened there. So it finished some testing pipeline. Let's maybe just commit it for now. It's not part of our main code base, so we'll just test it a bit later. Yeah, so it's script validation. As long as it's in tests, okay, to check it out later. So confused. Why is it not able to identify that we're using an API for the SEC filings? And bring it over here. Very interesting. I must have never pushed it, so it's on another project on my computer. I did not push major changes to this project. I will go find it. Maybe I called it something else and I thought I put it in this project, but it's not here. See where else it could be. Oh, I know what happened. You know, Gemini has this part where it's like the playground, and I put this project in the playground. Where is that going to be stored? Hopefully it's not deleted, because I like that project. Let me ask. So I accidentally put one of my projects in the playground with anti-gravity, Where is that stored? It doesn't get deleted, right? That's the one that got the SEC filings and did some analysis and things. So it was kind of a basic project, but it's kind of useful. Yeah, I know the SEC has an API, but I use one to make it a little simpler, so I don't have to, because it's the government, so they made a really bad API. It works, but it's just, yeah. So I use a different one that's free. Still, and I kind of have a problem with using database. Yeah, it's I use Firebase. You could also use Supabase. It's a little bit I think it's a little easier if you're just getting started, you know. I would, if I were you, I'd just ask AI, you know, just iterate with, just keep asking until you understand. Might take a while to learn some of the concepts, but any questions you have, you know, probably can answer it better than I can, you know. I'd just be a little careful, you know. Never deploy an app without taking it out of test mode, you know, learn some of the kind of basic things there. Maybe I can make a video about that, just like the general process of like how to go about protecting your stuff. I think I might do that actually. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Why not? I mean, that's probably the most. So it'd be a video of like how to I don't know. I'll think about it later. How a title, but it's just a security video. You have to be a little bit, unfortunately, clickbaity or whatever you want to call it. Not clickbait, but more just like has to be eye-catching. Otherwise, YouTube's like, you're not going to push it to anybody. Anti-gravity. Doesn't know anti-gravity. What? Okay, it doesn't know it. Let me look it up. I hope it's not deleted. That would be really frustrating. Although by the time I figured it out, I probably could have made it. All right. Playground. Check out if it added the disclaimer. It should have. Oh, nice. Perfect. So this looks good to me. Yes. It's reasonably good, I'd say. And let's make sure the current. Yes. Okay. Maybe a little bit more visible disclaimer, but other than that. We could have a little section. I don't know. I think it's decent. Decent disclaimer. Just that for now. Where's the deep dive? Oh, here's the deep dive. Okay, so that is not good. It should not be running every time you load the page. Is it doing that? Currently, when I loaded the page, it says running deep dive. For the logic for the deep dive, is it running when the user loads the page? This feature should only be manually triggered for now with a button by an admin. So you check that for me. Oh, hey guys, look. It actually worked. NVIDIA's up 50% year to date. What are the remaining returns? It's kind of fun. Wait, there's no way NVIDIA was up 50%. Oh, I know what happened here. Because it was probably like hundreds of days that it was up 50% year to date or something. Maybe. But I would like to see the scripts to make sure. We probably don't need it. I mean, this is not a good takeaway. Trying to understand this chart. Oh, this is actually kind of fun. I mean, the idea is, okay, when NVIDIA was up a lot, it was, at least when it happened in the past, it was overvalued, right? And that's, I think there was a time when they struggled. So it's saying, you know, those bad returns. Could be true. It's kind of fun. But anyways, let's fix the problem. It should not... please check when this runs, right? Because like I said, like this should be a button that only an admin can push for now. I already said that, but... this thing. All right, and I was asking so I can find my other project. No. It was deleted, guys, my project. So I gotta do it again. It's okay. It actually was kind of cool. So I did kind of build a little deep dive thing already. I liked it. I thought it was interesting. So I have to do it again. So in anti-gravity, be careful not to use the playground. They actually designed it so it deletes it after a while. I don't know for what reason. Why would you do that? Why couldn't you just store it? Have it so they can access it. It's not like they're storing it on their servers and files on your computer. It's pretty dumb, to be honest. I get that's called playground still. It's kind of tweet worthy almost. Needs to make a chart title and headline though, because it's too long. Okay, and then also for each one of these deep dives, it should save should generate headline, description. So why they... Oh, I see. The red is a little bit weird. That's more like brown. It's kind of cool though. I like what they did. They made it so it made it green when it's outperformed, red when it's underperformed. It's fun. Each one of these should generate headline, description, and be stored. It's not really a deep dive, but it's charts to chart. I'll just keep calling it deep dive because it's just what we're calling this feature, I guess. I'm a little bit confused because I was an admin, right? And I loaded the page and the deep dive feature ran, right? Is that the expected behavior? I was kind of expecting it's going to be a button for now, right? Like to manually trigger it because I don't really want it running all the time. Also, secondarily, is it stored, these deep dives? Did you, every time they run, are you putting them in a location and make sure to store them within a, for the day. So it's saved to the day. And it should be specific to the user. Well, maybe we keep, good question actually. And it's not specific to the user. It should be saved in the general, and then the user has the location. They should be stored in a general location, so not specific to the user, but the user, well, I won't. General location. I'm just going to keep it very simple for now. We will decide it later on how exactly it's stored and when it will show up and all this. But I think it's like per user, per day. But I do kind of want to keep it in a general place as well. Does that make sense? Just in case another user might want to access the same data we've already created. Like, we're not just recreating the same data over and over again for users. It's a little bit harder to find it if it's per user. You have to go through every single user to find the data that you need. Not so good. I'm talking about this being implemented it's implemented in today's brief on the app.tsx, and that's where it ran. Oh yeah, that's not good. Yeah, that's really not good. You should fix that. So, it should only be run. We're going to make it on a button press from an admin, but no other person can see this yet. So this will only show for admins at the moment because we're still building it. Also, make sure this endpoint is guarded by auth, specifically admin auth. What's the second part? Go ahead and implement storage here. Just store it in a general location for now. In Firebase. And this will be specific to the companies you own, right? Just these deeper looks into things. It's getting a little bit confused because it keeps editing this testing file instead of the actual Let's see. So I believe I am an admin, so it should be showing for me. This is our current email that we send out. I'm taking another look at it. Okay, great. So this is good because it we're just going to use this for testing purposes for now. Probably going to test before I commit and push it that it's only available for me. Nice. Okay. Oh, it did caching, which can cause some bugs, so I don't really want caching at the moment. Can you remove the caching stuff? Because it just causes some bugs. So let's remove all that caching, just get it from the database every time. This is turning out pretty good. I like it. I like this little newsletter. I think I'm getting to the point I may start using it, but I probably need a bit more information. And right now, these questions are okay, but I think it should have more stuff about my portfolio and things like this. Granted, we have this here. Wait, you know what? We should move this. This should go under ask a question about today. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Let's do that. Let's go ahead and we're going to move the... We're going to move this section under the inline chat. I think this would be a better location. Yeah. So that way you're instantly... Here's my thinking, right? You instantly see this and you start reading it and you start, looking at the headlines. Okay, cool. And then you get to the upsell. You don't see the upsell immediately because that kind of like you don't really get engaged at all into the article. Exactly, yeah. Exactly. Boom. And this can be longer, right? I think we should probably make this a few paragraphs or something. This is pretty simple sort of analysis. Then you get to your portfolio after that. That's a logical. Start with the overview and then you go specific. Okay. This deep dive preview, wonder maybe we could put in between some of these questions. Okay, I'm going to call the research tool. Okay. Why do I get that? I don't understand. Weird. I just get it sometimes. Cool. So let's go ahead and implement. So on the research page, right, it should have the tools that we can call in the center, right? So they can either chat or they can click one of these things and it will fill out the text in the chat and then leave a space for them to fill in the rest, right? So go ahead and implement that. That way they can understand what they can do with this tool. However, they're a free user. When they click this tool, it's going to bring them to the upsell. So they can't use either of these. I'm going to go ahead and commit because we're getting there. Where is it? Sending cool to the AI. Very important. I'm running it again just to see if it gets the same result. And that it stores. Reloaded because it's generating code. Cool, let's try this one out. Oh, what the heck? That's way more tools than we have. I'm confused. Why did you add so many tools? Don't we just have a few? I mean, we just have our deep research, our AI analyst. Maybe you can include Google search as one of the tools, even though it's sort of like kind of baked in. Just they can click it if they want, I guess. Maybe we can have a thinking mode. Those are the free ones, right? Thinking mode, Google search. They can click it if they want. Granted, we don't have the, we should include the presets. It should be like the tools and then the presets. Maybe it's a little too much. So the web search is free, so you should put that on the left. Secondarily, shouldn't we have the like some presets about what they can ask, you know? Maybe put that below it. That way they can, you know, click something, kind of get them engaged. So two of them are locked, one is free. And also change the description, right? The deep research is like deep research on a specific company. AI analyst is sort of just like your own personal analyst, something like this. Okay, it shouldn't just be a thing that search for. Problem with this is now the chat has been, there's also two of them. Oh, yeah, fix that, I guess. Oh, but I did ask. Chat's too, it should be centered, right? The chat should be in the middle. Yeah, definitely. I think the chat should still be under the description. The tools should be below it. And the presets should be above. Also, whenever you like click a tool or something, there's like two presets. So just make sure the preset, you know, there's only one preset for the text. The chat's up here, tools under, presets above. I think I'm also going to add some stats. That way I can see how many people are visiting this site. Getting this error in Vercel when I deploy. Can we go ahead and add the stats for Vercel? Get them. What are we doing here? Oh, yeah. Oh, this is really messy. Why is this so messy? This doesn't look good, right? I mean, this is like way too cluttered. Yeah, let's try to figure out. I'm not a designer. Just know I want a bunch of stuff, but I don't know how to make it not overwhelming. So it seems like way too cluttered, right? What do you think we should do here? I think it's like, okay. What can we remove? So we probably move this one. I mean, that's kind of like more of a recommendation. Although, what will it say out of curiosity? Yeah, that's a good response. Yeah, we could try that if you would like. You can make like a wireframe of this, like a better version of this. No, not this project. I forgot to. Okay, we got our analytics. Changes. I don't want to commit changes to research page. It looks too wacky at the moment. Oh, I gotta commit this. Yeah, I think these are all good. Yeah, just this one. Oh, it's making some changes. See how it looks. Still running. Oh yeah, I have to restart the back end. Yeah, it's because I went in here, editor. What? Okay, yeah, I delete this. It didn't understand what I said when I asked for the wireframe, so thought it wanted me to implement some stuff. Oh, did it fail to start? Let's see. What did it do? Jesus. I don't understand. Why did we create new ones? Oh, we didn't put it in the right folder. Well, I didn't do it. They didn't put it in the right folder. Go ahead and ask it to put it in the right place. Also, I'm not even in the right folder though running it, so that's probably my fault. I can't resolve. All right, okay. Go away. Oh, it's just a versioning thing. Let's take a look at that, what it did to the design. Oh, it's just the same problem, right? We gotta wait. Let's see, did it change anything? I don't see any changes, right? I guess I could try running this. Okay, seemed to have worked. Let's go ahead and run it. Raycast? Are you talking about like the general idea of raycast, or is there a library raycasting? Oh, I see. Interesting. I'll check this out. It looks kind of cool. Some sort of productivity thing. Oh, that's great. This actually looks really good. Thank you for the recommendation. I get really annoyed with the clipboard stuff. Cool. Thank you. Oh, did it start now? Cool. It's started. Okay, let's go ahead and see what it changed. Yes. Oh, looks a little better, yeah. Oh yeah, this looks better. Way less clutter. Granted, this could be one line, right? You think the questions could be like one line? What do you think? Let's ideate first. Which what do you think would be better? Yeah, let's do that. I might regenerate the today's market analysis just to see if it works with the 3 charts. That'd be super cool if it does. Yeah, let's do it. Granted, I'm going to lose some good charts. Oh well. I'll just take screenshots. I guess I already tweeted this, so I'm satisfied. These usually takes a while. Thinking. Oh, right. We were going to test the tool calling. But I'm going to wait till it's done. Or the deep research. Okay, it's using one of the charts that are really bad, so we'll be able to see. We can maybe fix that today too. I think I'll go ahead and reload the page and see if it's done. Could be because it's still generating. Oh, nice. I think it just finished. Maybe not. Interesting. Maybe the force refresh didn't work. I don't think I've ever tried the force refresh. Oh, there we go. Now we got it. Okay, definitely the carousel thing didn't work. It seems to be consistently this third chart not working. But I'll look in the database and see if we generated more charts to see if it's a UI issue or not. Oh, yeah, it's pretty weird on the back end. It's sort of stored not to the new charts. So we'll investigate that, I think. First, I'm going to test the deep research thing, like we're planning. So if I click deep research, but I should be allowed because I'm an admin. I'll change that. Can you make it so if you're an admin, you can use the tools and the research page? It shouldn't be infinite use though. Probably just rate limit it, you know. Maybe like, you know, rate limit every endpoint that's like calling Gemini. Maybe make them all like 5 per hour, something like that. Maybe 10 per hour. Okay, fine. We'll do 30 per hour. I'm testing. I don't want to run into it. It's kind of annoying. For the, I'm going to go ahead and, for the, you know, we're generating 3 charts for the market brief per question, or not 3. Oh yeah, I just realized. So currently on the market brief, it seems like that carousel is always 3. But the carousel should only be however many charts worked for that question, right? So please modify that logic, right? So if we only have 1 chart, it should only show 1 chart, and there shouldn't even be a carousel, actually. There's only 1 chart. For more, it can have it. And so make that change. And then additionally, it seems like some of the logic is off for the 3rd chart. The 3rd chart is always blank. So there's some sort of problem when we do that. We refresh the market analysis. The 3rd chart has some sort of, but specifically the chart generation. It seems like the script is fine. fix that. Let's try it out. I'll wait till the code finishes though. Okay, also, so for when I click the tool usage, it's like a bracket thing. Make it just a, empty space. Like, don't put anything for the space. Like when you click the tool, just be like, the type. Don't put anything else. The brackets. I don't know how to explain it. But, oh yeah. Actually, yeah, there's a little bit. Make sure, like, when they click that tool that they're... I mean, maybe put it instead of what you put, like a ... right? But they should be definitely... There should be... it should be already typing, right? So it indicates to them that, hey, you can type here. Right now, when I click it, I'm not typing in the box. So the user should be able to type immediately. There we go. I think it actually was already implemented. Also. So now it's going to call this tool, but I think it did the AI investment analyst tool instead of the deep research. When I typed this into the box, it used the AI analyst tool instead of the deep research tool. Any idea why? Another bot in the Twitch. Let me type again. Ban. Please implement that. We should have a separate called deep research. It's the one that we implemented on the front page. It basically allows the user to generate these like cool, charts. So it should be a logic of like It's going to generate a question, either what the user said. You either take what the user said if they said something, or if they just say like deep research on a company, you come up with a question and then answer and give them the charts there and everything else. So it's the same thing as like on the today's brief, and also oh guys, there's some people spamming the chat. No homework. No spamming chat, please. Cool. All right, let's see if it fixed the carousel thing. I'm gonna go in. Okay, I think it maybe messed up something. Oh. We're still rolling with this. See if it works. I messed up my charts. Okay, I'll regenerate it. While I wait. I'll wait till it finishes though. What? I thought I banned this. So let's we're gonna expand this sample brief maybe. At least we'll restyle this part. Yeah, I like it. I think it's pretty good. I think this is pretty decent actually, this landing page. I think it sells it. Kind of gets pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, let's try this deep research tool now. Nice. So it's calling the new tool. Let's see if it works. It's going to take a little bit because it has to do some running queries. Let me make sure I'm not going too crazy with my billing account though. I am sending a lot of queries. Okay, so it failed because here's why it failed. We don't have the data on earnings announcements. So what we need to do is similar to what we did on the today's brief, right? We can only ask questions that we have the data to answer. We have to specify that. So right now we got this error. The problem is because, you know, the questions that we're generating, you know, we have to have the data to answer the questions that we generate, right? So take a look at, you can see that we kind of specify a pattern of question, and we also direct the LLM not to ask questions that we don't have, right? You know what? I'm going to leave it for now. And the reason is, let's build a collection of data first, and then we're going to direct it to make, because we haven't collected a lot of data yet. As far as we're going to do this, like build this scraper thing. That where we start collecting our own data. I'm going to leave this for now. That's fine. You know, it kind of works. Because we generated a chart before. That was good. I guess we haven't tested the testing pipeline, but that's fine. I'll cross it out for now. All right, cross that out. That out. Yep, we got this. Oh yeah, the next part, sending charts to chat. I like that. Allow people to understand charts themselves. Does not look very good. I do a little refactor of these. Also, another thing, so the way this should work is like people can send the chart to chat, but what we need to answer first before we continue this, the way that we're currently calling Gemini, is it multimodal? Does it support an image? What would we need to do? Is it like, will it support thinking models, search, etc.? Like, we need to create a little bit of logic about what we put in there if we have an image. Should be able to also like pin charts, save charts somewhere. Save charts. Where would that be? Say I save a chart. I guess you can always pin it to the... We're having trouble with our chart generation. I'm gonna try to figure out what's going on here. The problem is it's kind of hard to tell if it's... related to the carousel or not. Definitely this one is just like broken for some reason. Weird. So, okay. Our chart generation logic, not really totally working as far as when we force a regeneration of today's. Okay, first run me through, how does this carousel logic work for generating all the charts? Run me through first, how do we figure out how many charts to generate for each question? That's number one. Number two, show me how come our, when we do our force regeneration, is it actually removing all the existing charts in the database currently, regenerating them? Oh, I can see the time that this generated. Oh, yeah. So we can see some of the problem here. I'm going to delete the collection because I'm guessing here it's some problem where it's not actually, because the chart already exists, it doesn't actually overwrite it, causing part of the problem. I'm going to regenerate it one more time. So I'm going to test something here. If I reload it, the charts definitely should not be here because I deleted it from the database. If it does, there's some sort of caching situation. Wait, what the actual heck? when I deleted the charts, we have different questions. Okay, now there are new charts here. It's a little weird. That's a little weird. So what happened here is it generated 3 charts, but it generated 2 of these. I think we need to really go through how this is working. This is just very buggy recently. Doing a lot of stuff. Our main objective here is this whole logic here for this flow has been historically very buggy. So we want to try to simplify it and try to understand what's going on. So run me through the files, run me through how long. So for each of the files in this logic, give me a list of how long the file is. Trying to understand maybe some of the generations might have had some trouble with the length of the file. And just give me the general logic for all the way through the flow. And we can maybe try to understand what is so flaky about this. For one. But like, let's say we send the image. Can we have images enabled, thinking enabled, and search enabled at the same time? Is that possible? Wait, are you saying to use admin actions? What exactly? That kind of makes sense though. Can you find anything like why would... Well, I'm gonna finish reading actually. Oh, this that was huge. Part of the problem. Let's break down advanced charts. Give me the logic. Like, what all does it do? Part of the problem is the generation of the charts. Like, it seems really random. Like sometimes there's like two of the same. Sometimes there's like, they're just like, you know, it's blank. You know what I think? I think we should refactor advanced charts. Like each chart should be its own file. Advanced charts is sort of just like this unification, you know, just interface that sort of brings in all of the logic for each chart. Let's go ahead and start this refactor. It's going to help us get to the bottom of what's going on here. I think this is exactly the problem, right? Because most of the problems we see are with the charts generation, and the advanced chart is freaking huge. So, a good chance. Very good chance that is the problem. Overall, though, I'm pretty happy with today. We got some tools. We got our AI analyst. We had some good generations. Definitely this question should not have been asked, so that's kind of interesting. And it seems we have another problem with the chart generation. The generator. I deleted the storage. I want to make sure it's not some weird caching thing. The heck? So weird. When I delete it, then it writes it and there's new stuff in it. I guess that's like, it's checking if it exists first, and if it does, it doesn't write it. And then it just waits, and as soon as I delete it, then it writes it. Yeah, so we'll fix that. That's kind of weird, right? Is this a question? So again, it's a problem with the chart generator. Well, granted, what's in the database is different than what it's showing me right now. I'm going to go in another browser, double check. Caching. Not a cache. There's got to be some weird logic here. Maybe it's going to prior data. Maybe there's some caching. So we're going to delete all that. We're going to vastly simplify this file, and that'll probably fix this problem. How is it doing? Now, why are you doing this exactly? You don't need. Can you explain your logic on what you're doing here? So this doesn't quite work. So this is one of the ones that has trouble with. It chose the wrong chart. Is this easily callable? Like, can we easily use this in our project, the way that you're structuring this? Hey, Nigant. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and do it then. We'll maybe make a bunch of tests too. That way, because this is a main component of our application, so we want it to stop being so flaky. It's like, yeah. Are you following? Okay. Bye-bye. Cool. That sounds great. Okay, yeah, let's implement this. So this will be a new feature where you can send a chat from, you can use the charts, send a chat. If you do it on the today's brief, actually, let's implement this so if you send a chat, it always goes to the research tab, right? So that means like you don't go to the inline chat for sending a chart, because that's more of like an in-depth research area. Probably wait till these are done. These are probably the last two things we'll do today. Yeah, I think we should maybe expand, like, there should maybe be 2 paragraphs. So a little bit more information. I'm just going through and checking everything. This is taking a long time, so I'm just kind of seeing what it's doing. Yeah, so it created a new refactored version. Can you explain, so like when we generate the charts, like where's the logic for storing that? Is that in these files that you've created? Or is this more just like the actual visuals? So moving, they started. Moving your site from live server to localhost. Yeah, why not, you know? You can use this stuff for anything, really. It's kind of fun. These files are the visuals. There's some like really weird stuff going on. I think, do we have like, first of all, check that insights file. Does it have caching? Number 2, is there like some weird fallback logic about like if a chart is missing, it finds another chart from the day before? There's a lot of weird sort of behaviors, which indicates there's just some sort of like almost spaghetti code. Try to understand the insights file a little better. Right now I'm working on the charts generation. I'm kind of getting tired of these weird bugs, so we're gonna go make it a lot simpler, add a lot of tests. Because this is like one of the core components of the service. So I really want it to be pretty good. And I don't want to have to keep having to debug weird things. So I'm doing a little bit of a refactor. But yeah, overall today, we did a lot of stuff. I'm really happy with all the things we added. We worked on the deep research. We got our... we made this testing pipeline, disclaimers. We made some new tools, new charts. A lot of usability things. Inline chat. And now we're going to try to see the send a chat. Let's see if this works by choosing something. Nice. So it looks like it turned the chart to text, which is okay for now. We'll probably leave it. Ideally, though, it's actually sending the chart. Oh, it actually does send the chart. That's good. However, it is running the deep research agent, which I do not want for that. So it errored out there. I'll tell it that. So when I sent it to chat, it used the deep research agent. So you need to make sure, if we're sending to the chart to chat, it should just be the defaults, the default tool call. So try to figure out what happened. That makes sense. Oh, others leave stale charts. Yeah, let's go ahead and consolidate this. Try to make this very simple. Remember, our current structure is basically we store the charts on the date. So keep that, but yeah, definitely try to streamline this and hook it up to the debug buttons on the today's brief page. So you need to make sure whatever you make works with those buttons. But at the same time, you need to make this logic much simpler. There shouldn't be any caching. No weird, like, double implementation stuff. Like, it should be all really reusable. It's just using AI to do a lot of the coding, but we do coding too in some sense. We are reading the code, understanding what's happening. My background is software, so it's not that we're totally relying on it, but it definitely makes our lives a lot easier. That's kind of what I'm streaming here. Is the process of me doing that and making stuff, trying to make something that makes money. The ultimate goal, right? Looks like maybe our backend stops. Sort of error. I'll go. It could be because it was changing the code while we were running. I will wait till it finishes. How long have you been doing this AI workflow? Do you actually find it productive over coding? Definitely, yeah. A lot of it's like talking, and then while I wait, I'm thinking about other things to do. But the general process, to be honest with you, is very similar to programming in general, or just a higher level. I kind of just think about it as like, kind of like I call it like fuzzy programming, fuzzy logic. That's what I call it, because it's like you have a general structure, you think through most of it, and then you try to fill in the gaps. Well, the AI specifically fills in some of the gaps for you. But the general process of it is very similar to me. You debug it. You use it to help you debug, but you also, if you can't find it, you have to be the one to go through and start to restructure the file. And that's what I'm doing now a little bit. We kind of got ourselves in a little bit of a situation where the chart generation is pretty buggy. So we're kind of rewriting it, and then we're going to evaluate whether the rewrite for this part of the product will yield a little bit less flaky results. And we're going to build a lot of tests too, using AI to validate, this part. And now that we're kind of getting into it, we kind of have a decent offering of stuff. We're going to start writing some tests, make sure everything is a lot less changeable. Usually in the beginning, I'm not writing too many tests until I get in a state where I feel like I'm kind of understanding what the product is and stuff. So, because sometimes you change a lot as you go through. Using Windsurf, nice. That's cool. Yeah, Windsurf. Windsurf, I might use soon for some free credits. Been saying that for a while, but. So let's see, I think we're done with these. All right, let's go ahead and run this. see, we did some refactoring. We did a few things at the same time. Wouldn't be surprised if we have a few bugs. But we need to discard some of these changes. So let's take a look here. So number one, we wanted to make a change when I send a chart to the chat. So I'll send this one, right? Number one, it should show the chart here, right? Right now, what happens is you press enter and the chart shows up after. That's a little confusing. And it also starts a tool call, which I don't want to do. But you know what I'm going to try to do? Actually, I think I'm going to do that probably tomorrow, right? The full regeneration, test these things out. The new chart generation logic. I'm not going to commit this new stuff because this is a lot of changes, right? But I think ultimately, like today, we did a lot of cool stuff. I really like our inline chat that we added and like the deep research stuff. We definitely did a lot of usability things today. So this is inline chat. You can talk to it and send a chat, and you can, while you're reading the article, learn a little bit more. But I think it makes a lot more sense than it going to the research page. For tomorrow, we're going to probably continue the refactor, kind of, again, do a few more usability things. And yeah, so I'm probably gonna head out now. But thanks for joining, guys. I'll answer some of these questions. What time GMT do you stream? I stream 6 a.m. PST. I don't know what that is in GMT. I can check real quick. Look, 6 a.m. PST to GMT. It is 2 p.m. for you.